I honestly believe that when I do that, I start a stream. And end it, it kind of messes everything up probably. I don't know. So waiting for that to kick in. Top right corner first. Top right corner first. Try your top right corner first. Bring it over where you want it. Up there. Now the lower left corner. It's 2 moves. See? Alright, cool, we're live. Oh, goodness. For a whole minute?
You're excellent.
Yes. Okay, hello everybody, welcome back. You may have noticed I just launched a stream and then deleted the stream. I accidentally launched a stream in 4K and my computer tried to take off and fly away. So, obviously, it already had connection issues. So I had to stop that stream, delete it, and here we are. This is a continuation of the dinosaur sculpture. And in the last stream, I did this coat of clay. This was setting 5 on the KitchenAid pasta machine, which is a little different than your home hand crank pasta machine most likely. And there is no definition to this. Like, it's just the same thing as the armature was. It's just now a little thicker. The girth has the diameter, the surface area has increased. So in this video, I'm going to be adding definition and possibly trying to get the head mounted. See, it goes like something like this. Hi, welcome back. We're watching the stream. Hopefully, maybe we can get a couple people to watch tonight. The last stream I had 3 people watching out of 80,000 people. It's a little disheartening. So anybody that shows up, God bless you. I'm personally going to vouch for you when I go to heaven and I meet the man who made me, or whatever. I'm going to tell them about you for supporting this channel. Because that's what I need, is people to support the channel. Anyhow, let's get started on this. I'm going to add a couple things to this to make it look less noodly. We have noodle issue. It's just noodle legs, and basically it looks like the armature. I always claim that I use shapes to build my sculptures, but then I try to cleverly break away from the look that I had used shapes to make the whatever it is I'm making. In this case, I'll put big old knees on here, some wrinkles on the legs, and obviously there'll be texture at the last moment. Little knuckles, not knuckles, but toenails, like an elephant, pretty much. It got its toenails down here, and I want to hump up the back a little bit. I'll show you this. I keep showing you this image, but you see how it kind of goes up a little higher in the back? It could just be the angle or whatever. This one's really, it's almost there, but it's just real plain looking. And at the last bit of the last stream, I got cut off, disconnected, and I think it's because my shift key was stuck on my keyboard. I don't know, maybe that caused chaos within the program, the OBS streaming app. But I was making these tapered snakes. This is stuff, I use stuff like this as guidelines to change dimensions and diameters of things. See how I can place this here, and it adds, basically you're just looking at the new outline, the parameter of it. See how that changes that dynamically? And it just makes it different than this lemon head shape that we got going on here, or football. I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to add a little clay back here to just add a little bit to this. It has a natural where it humps up right here, and it's like this thicker area, and then it tapers down. Because this is actually a cartoon drawing, an animated one at that. It's not an actual Brachiosaurus or whatever, which I will do a real dinosaur one day. So some of these angles and shapes and stuff are kind of, they tend to favor polygons and stuff, which are how cartoons are initially made. They're made using polygons and squares and shapes and stuff. Except they're way more detailed now. There's many more of them. So, without further ado, let's get started. I'm going to add some different clay on this to change the definition. There's nobody here.
2 people came.
Okay. I think that's just reporting issues. They're like, oh gosh, he's still doing this dinosaur. Oh, I'm out of here. This is so bogus. I'm sorry if people don't like dinosaurs or what it is I'm making, or even me. I'm trying my best here. I gotta do something. If you're hearing this and you have with it in your heart, maybe you can phone a friend or bring somebody in and have them watch this with you on a different device, hopefully. You know, to help me get some watch time. I would greatly appreciate the help. But I want to do something like this to change how that looks. I think it just adds more detail. Not detail, but just changing the definition of this. It's very plain looking, and this adds more dynamics to it and all. So what I like to call this is a guideline, and what it does, it shows me the new height of what I'm trying to achieve. Here's this view. It would be in the center like this, and I would just backfill this on both sides and try not to destroy or alter this piece, which is the guide, unless I need to, because I can kind of crush it down a little bit here and there. So I'm gonna immediately do something like that, and I could take another piece of clay, like make an even bigger one, and just show you how changing the shape of the snake and how much clay is there can really change this, the look of this. So let me add another one. Well, not add it, but just put it up there to show you. And I'm a little bit tight here on the workspace. But you can see what I'm doing. Now I'm in the shot. And I put a black background, that way we can kind of see a little bit what's going on. Hopefully that helps. It's hard to get a good shot these days. See how this is much bigger? Let's see what this does, just for fun. We're just having fun right now. Take that little one off, and if I add this big one, like, do you see how that changes? I know it looks weird up here. You can see the background, like, where it's not. You can kind of, what it is you're seeing over it. The camera's a little high, so ignore that. We're gonna move it forward. If I made it more humped, it could be like this. But it's how you can add style and flair to your work in a fairly simple way that's easy to understand. At least for me it is. Then you just backfill this. You would backfill this way and this way. Obviously I'm not going to do it this thick for 2 reasons. One, he don't need to have that much of a hump. So let's go like this. There you go. See how that does? Just makes it more bulbous, the body. Maybe that's what you need, or whatever. Another reason is it's going to burn up a lot of my clay. This is all I have left of the green. So we'll stick to the first one. I'm doing it just for the sake of adding the definition. I kind of like it like this, but then again it could probably move forward just a little bit, because like I said, it kind of drops off right here. It drops off a little bit. You got a thicker part to the tail and then a thinner part, and that would be the different basic shapes of the cartoon that they used. So that looks like it's in a good spot, And I want to do this fairly center, so I'm centering it up this way. That looks pretty good. See how it looks? Centered. Yay! And I can continue by adding a couple more smaller snakes on either side. So let me make them really quick. These are fairly easy to make, and they got a taper. Because having them taper helps with the flow of everything. And these are going to be a little smaller than that one, obviously. So I'm just guessing here, but like I'm cutting a piece of this snake right here, but I want two of them that are the same. So it don't really matter how big they are. I can always cut again something, else. But these are the same amount of clay, and that is pretty important for symmetry and balance. But I can make this fairly long. See how it's already starting to look smaller? It's smaller than that one up there. I got it tapered. I normally do my ruler trick, but I'm not doing it right now. That looks good. Yay, we got somebody. So, I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but my last stream, I had 3 people watch. I did a 3-hour stream and got 4 hours of watch time. It's actually quite disturbing. I have 80,000 subscribers, which obviously I don't have 80,000 subscribers. But I find it hard to believe that nobody wants to watch these streams. It's a little, I'll be honest, it's a little disheartening. This means more to me than what you could realize. I mean, if you knew really what was going on in my life and how important YouTube is, you would probably be shocked. But see how those look pretty much the same? They're smaller than this one. I don't want to pull that back off. But let's get this on here. I got some nice camera angles going on, and that's not a really good angle for me, but I'll make it work.
He's got a big butt.
He does have a big butt. He cannot lie. All the other dinosaurs asked him why. So I just put these snakes on the side of that one, and towards the front here they're almost the same size. So let's see what this did. See how that looks? It's 3, and I can tool these on here in a minute, but what I'll do is I'll make a couple more even smaller to go next to that. You see me do this before, unfortunately. No. It's just how I do things, and well, it's not set in stone or anything. I only understand how to sculpt the way I do. Some methods and technique are pretty universal. Everybody could do it, but people tend to get their own little style going, which I'm still kind of finding. See, look how nice and small that one is. pretty good at rolling out these tapered snakes, huh? That looks pretty nice. I ain't using a ruler. They could use a ruler. It's like a little cheat sheet. Take this one right here. If you want it absolutely perfect, because there's a dent on this side, just take your a flexible ruler and hold it down on the ends, and then voila, you got perfection. Maybe. It's not bad. It's pretty good. Just want them pretty much the same length. The way I cut this just now, it was from the same little snake, so these should be the same amount of clay, but this one's already looking like it was bigger somehow. I don't know how it did that. How did you get more clay over here, snake? I don't know. Is it? Yes, this one looks obviously like it's got more. Let me see. I did the ruler thing. Maybe that's what happened. I'm just pushing on the sides. I'm not doing anything in the center. That's how you get the snake thing to happen. Anyways, you're tapering. I'm doing a tapered snake. My bad. And it's not like it's a science, like they need to be exact, but that's pretty darn close. Obviously, if you work with symmetry, if you keep that in mind, then it'll obviously help. So let me put them on this way this time. It's kind of coming around where you can see it. This one will go right here, next to those. And because I'm making them progressively smaller, it's bless you. Who was that, Willis?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I've ever heard him sneeze.
Really?
I don't think so. Maybe I have.
Most likely.
This goes here. And when I go to crushing all this down, it'll move around. Things will change a little bit, but the generalized idea is I'm adding clay in a system, with a system that I can understand. See how that's starting to look? It even looks like it's stepping down. That's if you even needed it to. It's just you have to look at the shape and find out. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for, wow, is that the username? Ray Dragon XZXD?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. I'm making a dinosaur, which is kind of like a dragon. I like your username. Thank you for stopping by the way. We're fumbling our way through this, and I'm adding definition to this. I'm going to put some knees on it and just defining it in different little areas, trying to make this look more like the thing that I'm going by and not the basic armature that it is currently. And so far what I'm doing is I'm just adding guidelines and just adding the definition. I'm humping out the back a little bit. You can see it right there. It had like a lemon head or a football shape. Now I'm giving it a little bit more of a hump back. Just to kind of break away from the look of the armature, for one, and for another, just for fun, to challenge myself, to enjoy sculpting, to stream a video. I'll also be building a mouth and setting teeth. Oh, teethers. I got teethers. Here's where is it at? Or at least one of them. I didn't bring both of those in there, did I? Do you see a mouth with teeth sticking out of it? That thing that I made. It's not. Oh, it's right here. See, look at this. This is where I had set some teeth before. Is this in focus? Are you focused? Focus, Daniel-san. Alright, that should be focused. This is a rubbery shell. I had made this previously, and I don't want to use it because I forgot to use TLS and it separated. So I made the same exact, I even used the same core. Here's the epoxy sculpt version. And instead of using hard square teeth like this, which looks like a shape, because I build with shapes, my trick is to build with shapes to achieve what you're trying to do, but then try to find little ways to break away from that look of that you just make. You know, it doesn't have to look like you made it with a bunch of shapes. Unless it's a Minecraft project, then it has to look like blocks. But this doesn't necessarily have to look like blocks. Even the drawing, if you look, they're rectangle, those teeth, but they're smooth. They got rounded edges and stuff. They're a lot softer looking. They're not so harsh.
We got some comments. Greetings from Sweden, from the Cozy
cool,
Crafter.
cool.
And listening to you is like listening to Bob Ross.
You know
relaxing.
what? This channel has. Hello, everybody. By the way, and wow, I actually have a few people here. I wonder if that number can say more than 3 people watching.
It had 4 up there a few minutes ago.
Oh my goodness. I'm trying. So if you got a friend, you want to phone a friend, that would be awesome. But if you look, here is the pieces of teeth. I just cut my edge blade, a strip, and then I cut. It's not that complicated on how to do that, but see how they look square? And last time I just stuck that into the gum line, just like that, and it left these square, rough, hard edges. So this time, since I'm doing it again, this time around, look at those. Watch them fall over. Here we go. Do you see? Well, that's not a good one. Most of them are kind of they're still kind of a square, but they got soft. I can set this into the clay using tweezers or whatever, and it'll look a lot more natural. See how the top of that looks? Ooh. See how it looked before I dropped it? Versus this. Versus this. You get the idea. See, one's like a square block, the other one's not. Looks way better. It's a little bit bigger too. So all around, it's going to be good. But there's plenty of benefits for me to rebuilding the mouth part too. I had a hiccup with this project. I wrapped the thing in electric tape, and it was a bad idea. And I don't want to set a bad example for anybody ever when it comes to polymer clay. So that video has to come down, and I'm obviously redoing it. I took the black tape off, used masking tape, which is okay, and then I covered the whole thing in epoxy sculpt, which is like a reinforced armature. Super cool. But yes. Oh, about the Bob Ross thing. So this channel, in the history of the 15 years, it's received just over 30,000 comments. Sounds like a lot, but we're talking about 15 years. And out of those, I've probably got 200 comments referencing me to Bob Ross. I always like to pretend like he's my dad, like that I never knew, because I don't know my dad. I don't know his name or what he even looks like. So yeah, I've been called the Bob Ross of clay. Very calming. It helps people to go to sleep or wind down from work after maybe a rough day. I don't recommend watching these videos while driving. You don't want to fall asleep while you're on the road. You shouldn't really be doing things while driving anyways. It's just a joke. Like if you're running an excavator, you probably shouldn't be digging holes or whatever while watching these videos. They're way too relaxing. It could be a disaster. But I appreciate that. It's a huge honor. Bob Ross is one of the best. I miss him. I watched him a little bit as a kid. I didn't really get to watch much because whatever my mom's current boyfriend wanted to watch on TV was what we had, and just didn't really get to do it. So I might rewatch it, you know.
They did a Laffy Faces. The one that commented about you being not listening. Sound like Bob Ross.
Yeah, if you think that's funny, oh my gosh, stick around. I get really nervous, and I wind up just saying ridiculous things and spilling the beans and telling you my life story. And I'm feeling okay now, but I haven't finished my coffee, and we will see. But this one is even progressively smaller than that one. So let's get this back over here. The teethers can go over somewhere. Where can teeth go? Teeth! Teeth! Meow. Chloe said hi. Now she's gonna go, aren't you, Chloe? I'm trying to get famous. Well, not really. I'm just trying to do a stream with at least 3 people.
They said yes. I love watching him. He's amazing.
And he makes it look easy. He certainly makes painting look easy. You know, I tried painting once. I tried painting a mountain, and it looked like a deer head with antlers. I don't know what happened. I probably have it somewhere. Too embarrassed to show. But I didn't do it properly. I didn't prepare I didn't realize you use this white stuff called gusso, or you basically pre-paste it with white and then you paint on that. I was painting literally on this. I'm actually using this black paper against one of the painting boards you use. But it's not too expensive to try that again. She's okay.
Somebody says, have you tried mixing Evie's epoxy sculpt and monster clay? It becomes a really good air-dried clay. It becomes harder than polymer clay.
Oh, yeah. Well, oops, sorry, I bumped the camera. Are y'all still there? So, yes, epoxy sculpt is absolutely harder than polymer clay. Actually, it's like a rock, or even metal, which is kind of one of the reasons why I use it. Oh my gosh, I got 4 people here. Don't get nervous. I'm just cutting this little excess off on this larger one, and nicking the butt. But as far as mixing those two together, one is a permanent forever, and one is a never permanent. It could be melted down and redone again. So I would imagine they inherit each other's properties, which would probably mean that the epoxy sculpt would become a little weaker in strength. However, as expensive as that stuff is, trying to inflate it or boost it by like stomping it with another material wouldn't hurt at all. I haven't mixed those two personally. I actually have 3 packs of monster clay. I got as a trial pack. There they are right here. Let me grab them. I really want to try it. You just got to work with heat. Here they are. It's hard, medium, and firm. The hard is like a brick. Medium is still really hard. Soft, I can easily move it even in this cool room. The temperature of the room is quite cool. That's why these other two, even medium's harder. It's directly affected by heat, and it can turn into a liquid, which is pretty dangerous. You gonna head on out? Mm-hmm. Hey, thanks for getting this set up for me or helping me. I love you.
I love you too.
Go ahead, and if you want, you could take that meowery.
Come on,
the meow with.
Come on, pretty girl.
Go on, Chloe. What it is, I'm talking, and she just wants to be around me.
Come on, baby.
Because I'm talking.
Come on.
It's
Come on.
weird.
Let's go.
I'm like, sometimes I wonder if I'm like Cinderella or something, the way animals are with me. Like when I walk out the back door, all my chickens run up to me, and like I just want to start singing. But the cats, they love me. And but I it's kind of distracting too. I want to use that monster clay soon for something. I was thinking, I don't know if you can help me figure this out. I got a question. One's hard, one's medium, one's soft. If I mix all three of these together, wouldn't that make it medium? Don't it, mathematically, isn't that kind of correct? And which is probably something you wouldn't really want. The hard would obviously hold heat. Or, I mean, it would be firmer even in warmer weather. That usually you make those things for casting something, or honestly, I don't know. I don't know why you would make something that can't be permanent. But my knowledge on it's not very extensive. I don't really even consume that type of content. But it's cheap. It's relatively cheap compared to polymer clay. Polymer clay is pretty expensive. Epoxy sculpts, outrageous. Pound for pound, it's way more than polymer clay. I'm really loving this COS clay. This is a rubberized clay, by the way. I helped beta test this. I actually have an unopened pack of 2 pounds of beta clay. Probably the rarest clay in the world. If you want, I'll go get it and show you. They gave me 4 pounds to test it, which I think I made a Snell, like a 9-eyed slug or something, animated it and everything, and was testing it, and then I had home issues, or I lost a family member, and it kind of threw me off dramatically, and I took a break. So now I'm just now returning, and this clay, I'm still using, this is the Kickstarter clay. It's very, gosh, that's so dirty. It's alright. I'm gonna texture this, and I'm thinking about antiquing it, which I'll do all the texturing on there, and I'll get like maybe a darker green, like hunter green, wipe it on there and get it in all the cracks, and immediately wipe it all off. That's something I was wanting to do with the elephant that I had made, my actual mascot, and I never got around to doing it. So we added several to this, and it's stepped it down quite a bit, pretty decently. And from here, I can start tooling these on. And I'm going to use this. I'm trying to use my fingers. I'm pushing down on that large one to reduce how much is going on with that. So maybe we can do something like this. Kind of get it going. The less I use with hands, the more industrial or accurate or machine-like it would look. I do a lot of sanding with my projects too. Like, if you were to see the piranha plant I made, it looks like it came from a factory, like it's just really, really high end. That's because I sanded the crap out of the thing, and it was colored clay, and then when I seal it, it just is like magic. So now look at that. It looks even better. We do have a little bit of a dip right here, but this could be a spine. The spine usually protrudes on a big animal like this a little bit, so we'll just leave this here for now. We added some definition to that, and it looks different than what it did. It only raised it just a teeny bit. It went to like maybe right here to the tip of my finger. Okay, let me take 50% Abe's and monster clay. It works well. I don't even know what Abe's is. Do I sell my sculptures? Ooh. Sorry, I just bumped the camera again. I am trying to sell. I just sold a spider. Oh my gosh. The spider was so good looking. I accidentally sold it for $20 on Etsy. But it was a channel member, which is really important to me. So I'm like, I got a fan that really likes me, they're supporting me, and now they own a piece of my work. So I was happy with it. But the amount of time I put into it, and it was just probably the best spider in the world. I really liked it. I miss it already. The only thing I have left is my Snell monster, and I just repainted the eyes to the Snell monster, and I think I'm gonna unlist it, or maybe move up the price. Hold on a second. I know I'm getting distracted, but you have to. Okay, before, this is gonna be a big shift on what you've been looking at. That's the Snell monster, but see his eyes? Okay, before, this color right here, this lime green, or I can't remember what color that was. Spring green, I think, acrylic. It went all the way. It was just the black right here, and it was all spring green. So you couldn't, and it blended in with this too much. This is spring green right here, and hunter green. It's just two-tone that I did. So what I did is I painted this white, and now they stand out. The eyes stand out. I wish it could be. Hi, how you doing? I'm a Star Monster. You have to be scared because he just eats bananas. But gosh, I wish I could have the whole thing. There you go. This is super sculpy. There, that's not too bad. Just kind of hold your phone sideways. It's rough. I gotta repaint, work on more of the paint and then seal it again. But anyhow, that changed the look so much. I don't even want to sell it now, to be honest. I just watch it, and when the room is dark, like when I turn most of the lights out, those eyes stand out. It's amazing how you can change just one aspect of something, paint one thing differently, and it just totally changes everything. Okay, moving on. Sorry I get distracted and all, but it's proof that this is live and I'm responding to y'all because I like talking to y'all, and I like it when y'all talk back. Ooh, awkward. So now I'm going to do something with these knees. I almost named this video Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes, because my wife hummed that, and I'm like, wow, let's do it. But I got, no, gotta be serious. I gotta take this stuff serious. Sound like I'm know what I'm doing or whatever. But that's basically what I'm doing in this video is head, shoulders, knees, and toes. So I'm taking this strip of clay. This is setting 5 of the KitchenAid pasta machine, which those settings are different than your hand cranky thingy that you might be using. Particularly the setting 1, the smallest setting, it's super thinner. I mean, it's way thinner than the other. So, probably scare me in the dark. I find, oh cool, I'm just checking out what y'all are saying, because it's rude if I don't. I'm trying to build new habits and learn all of this and stuff. Yes, I find, this is how I know I like something. When I go, every time I walk in the room, I look at it. I look at it as I walk by, and I feel like I'm infatuated with it. Just fascinated, and I should be the least interesting to me, because I'm the one that made it. It's like, oh, you again? I made you. I seen you before. But that's not the case at all. It's actually super interesting looking. So I just cut all these relatively the same size, and I'm going to try to get away with just checking out my shots here, camera angles that is. I have, it's basically over my shoulder. You can see that. You can see what I'm doing. I'm cutting the corners off of these squares. We're going to have like a stop sign, pretty much. And that'll give me a head start. See if I can get them apart. I mixed TLS into this clay. Now, I did that for two reasons. The first reason is I wanted it to stick to the armature, which is, this is a little piece of it sticking up. It's epoxy sculpt. I just want to make sure it sticks really well and I can work bubbles out, which mission accomplished on that. The second reason is this is the beta clay, which is older than dirt. I mean, it's like several years, I don't know, a few years, 3 years old. I can't remember when they were. Well, not the beta clay. It's actually the Kickstarter clay. I helped back the Cos Clay Company, and it's been sitting and sitting and sitting, and they're rock hard. So normally you could put softener in it, which is just like this equivalent of maybe like baby oil or even vegetable oil. You can get the same effect from that. But in my mind, this is a really erect bottle. Ignore all the hair sticking off of it and everything. But this is TLS, which stands for translucent liquid sculpey. It's basically the clay in liquid form, and it's, in my mind, that would enrich this clay and add permanent tack. And I have some tack to this. It just is so nice. Sometimes too nice. It can, it's obviously, it's softer and it's stickier. So we'll see how it affects when I go to do the details. When I start striking this with like dentist picks and stuff. Like if I want to put wrinkle right here, will it hold? Like, I think it's gonna work perfect. But I just wanted to make sure this clay doesn't split and crack and stuff. Any weird surprises. I just did a lizard. I just baked it and sanded it, and there was no splitting or cracking or anything. So it's good clay. To be honest, I'm still learning. If you think about how much I've actually done over the years, I've done very few projects. I've built very few sculptures. In a way, I'm still kind of like a noob, self-taught. Which sculptors do you find inspiring? Which sculptors do I find inspiring? That is a really good question. On YouTube, I'd have to say immediately, right away, Ace of Clay. That dude is just awesome. He's like everything I wish I could be. Like he's got a professional channel. He does music, and he spits those things out fast. He's making awesome looking sculptures. I'm like, gosh, how are you doing it? And plus the success, it almost just makes me dizzy. It's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't imagine getting 10,000 views on a video. I couldn't imagine getting 500 views on a video upon upload. Would just be amazing. But like he'll ask a question, like a poll, he'll run a poll on his channel, and you get all these replies and stuff, and it just, I don't know, it's just, I envy that YouTuber on several different levels. Not just because of his success. I don't want to make it sound like it's all about stats and stuff. He's good. He's really good at sculpting. Another sculptor that I really like. I think he's on YouTube. I'm not quite sure. He's mainly on Facebook, but his name is Casey Lubb, and he does like monsters and stuff. This guy is working with Hollywood and stuff now. He's unbelievably good. He makes monsters and fishmen and zombies and dead things and big giant-eyed aliens and bugs. Just really, really cool. And he always fantasized about flying out to one of his classes, maybe a painting class, learn how to airbrush from him, or just I would take the sculpting too. I'm new, I've never done it. Just start from square one. What do I do? And it would just be so nice. But I don't have money to do any of those things. I can't even buy my own stuff. YouTube is my career. It's my last resort. And right now I make 50 cents a day, 30 cents to 80 cents a day for a living. So when I tell you thank you for watching or thank you for being here, I don't think you realize how sincere it is. I launched channel membership and it almost had a negative effect on this channel. I almost get no comments now on my videos, and the views went down. And right away I got 6 members. One of them is my sister. Thanks, sis. And out of my entire friends and family, she's the only one. It's pretty sad, to be honest. But it's okay. I'll give them time. I'll always give them time. Little bug. And then for 2 months now, almost 2 months, nothing. Nobody. Nobody. Honestly, I thought I had more of an impact. I know I've abandoned this channel because of depression and all these other excuses. But I don't know. I try not to think about it because it bothers me a little bit. But I'm trying so hard to do this, and I have nothing. To give you an idea, it's not just I just want to be money, have a bunch of money. I would like to make a big sculpture in my yard. Maybe a paper mache sculpture. Or a metal sculpture. Do some welding. I would love to explore some things like that. But there's no way. I could barely buy a box of clay. Let alone, like, okay, if I want to do a paper mache armored elephant or something, a big elephant for the yard, what am I going to use for the armature? You know, how I got to go buy some foam or wood, plywood or something. I just can't. I can't do it. I got to make repairs on my own home. Can't do that. And it's, first of all, let me stop there. This is supposed to be bright and cheerful, and almost every time I get on here, I start crying about real world problems, and that's not what this is for. This is an escape for that for people. So I apologize for that. I'm looking for some support. Just showing up and watching the videos, maybe saying hello every now and then, is immediately the best. I couldn't ask for any more. But one level higher than that would be, you can become a member. You get a special little icon, an elephant. You become part of the elephant family. And there's different colors after different times go by. It's $2.99. There's no real perk right now other than the avatar that you get. And my deepest thanks for supporting me like that. Not pressuring or implying, just I'm supposed to mention it every now and then. And at least that's what Google says. So if you notice, I'm basically put these knees on here. If you look, he got some big old knees. And it's another way of breaking away from these basic shapes I used to make this sculpture, which is a noodle. He's got some noodle effect going on. Big noodle legs. Already this is adding some kind of interest. This may not be... Can I lower my chair? No, I can't. Can I raise you up? No, I can't. I'll just have to kind of keep an eye on it. But adding this, depending on where I add it, can change the dynamics. I'll just put them on here kind of gently. And already you can see that we got something going on. He's got kneecaps, that changes it. And he's got some extra clay back here. This is the clay I got. This is the clay I got left over of the green. So I've got plenty to do. I'll have to wrap the head, which I'll stop here in a minute and I'll show you how I make the head and mouth. This is a recent approach to trying to make a sculpture with a opened mouth. Basically find the area of the head, the cranium, try to make that with a core, aluminum core, then wrap it with something like epoxy scald. Perforate it to where it can be opened, pull all that stuff out, and you can build, you can build all the gums and stuff and set the teeth and stuff and bake it, or just put it on the thing and bake it, and you're done. It's got the tongue. Here's the tongue. It's a way of achieving that, because I could not wrap my mind on how to make a sculpture with a big old open mouth. I just couldn't do it. And this is my approach on that. I'll get to that in a minute. I don't know if I'm going to pre-bake these or just squish it all together and then I'm thinking I need to set this on the actual dinosaur right before I bake it, because just the way it has good green strength. Plus, I have a lot of tack in this clay, but I don't want it to move or shift. Like, I don't want it to sit for a few days, anyways. I'd like to have it textured and ready to be baked when this goes on. But I can still add the gum and the teeth line and stuff, which is really interesting to see. We'll do that here in a minute. Right now, I want to. How do you decide on what sculpt? Oh gosh, that's hard. There's several different ways to. Thank you for the encouragement, by the way. Yes, I try to be honest with everything, and if I mess up, I'll get back on me. Look, guys, this busted. I'll try to give my feedback or my view on what happened, but I dang sure don't try to hide it and make it look like I'm better than I am. I think honesty is a character. It builds character, and it'll help me win in the long term. Plus, it's not hard to do because it's genuine. It's who I am, how I am. Like the whole electric tape. I wrapped this foil with electric tape, and I didn't think about the physics to that what the heat implies, what will it do to it. And what happened was um, when just the temperature change in your room can cause the electric tape to lose that tension, because it was super easy to do that. Masking tape doesn't go around curved surfaces like this. You'll go weird angles and stuff. I'm sure you've tried it. It's annoying, but that's just life. Stick to masking tape, or maybe even medical tape. I've seen people use that. You don't want to use something rubbery that can change with temperature. Imagine the oven. As soon as it got hot, it would release all that tension, and I wound it tight, and it would just split the body. In the most fragilest stage of baking is when it's hot in the oven. It's like brownies. You come out super soft or whatever, and it gets firmer as it cools. It's exactly the same way with polymer clay. So I was like, oh no, this is a disaster. I done told people I'm trying this, And it was funny because someone commented literally as I'm realizing this, someone made a comment. It's like, wow, electric tape's a great idea. So I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Resist my assessment. What I should have did was tried it off camera first and saw it through, and I would have discovered that. Then I could have still made a video, but it would be more, at least like I know what I'm talking about. I could be like, this is why we don't use electric tape. Just for curiosity, if someone's curious about it. Because, I could have at least looked like I knew what was going on. I want to get a good idea that these are in the same spot. You kind of achieve that with roughly, that looks like 1 inch. This is the bottom of that. See, that's way higher, which is what I thought. Let's see what this does. Get them placed on there, and then we'll go from there. Oh, there's a question I thought. Oh, how do I decide on what to sculpt next? I have many ideas, but I'm plagued with this, trying to get noticed, trying to get my YouTube established again. I am at desperate need of watch time. So if anybody's watching, and if you want to come help me out, like tomorrow night, even if I'm not on, just pick another one of my streams and kind of let it play on your phone. You can turn the volume down. You don't have to watch it. Help me get some watch time. Help be my little army of where I make it and I don't lose partnership, because I abandoned my channel and I got a notice from Google, and I actually lost partnership for 2 days, 3 days, and had to get it reinstated. But you need 4,000 hours for the year, and I was dipping down below that. And if I showed you the stats for the last year, it's like this huge, giant mountain that I made. But I'm constantly battling the time on the other side of the year, and it's been a struggle. Right now, I actually got 3,998. I'm too. I hope they don't dismantle me again. I think I'm supposed to have like a window of 30 days or whatever. I'll just keep doing streams and eventually I get ahead. So how do we look? I'm just picking an area. I mean, this is a fictional thing. It's a cartoon, so how accurate is it going to be? We don't know, but I called it sideways. The main focus is that this height, it's the same as this one. I don't know if that makes sense. And same with these two. Now, does this bone have to be the same as this one? Not necessarily. I mean, a lot of animals have larger rear ends in the front and different sized legs and stuff. So, but this is a general piece of clay that I can tool on here. It's already got like a roundish look. I'll want to look on it head on this way, make sure it's centered. This looked pretty decent. Like that. I want this to be somewhat big. He's got some big old knees. So there's two ways that I can tool these on here. I can literally go around. And my apologies if I start to answer something and then I get sidetracked. You just have to, if you really want to know something, you kind of just keep at it. I'll eventually figure it out and answer the thing. But I'm also trying to focus on what I'm doing. But I can take this tool like this and just work it on there. This will reduce the amount that I have on here, the size, somewhat. And if I smooth it too much, it won't look like there's a kneecap, because it actually looks like a ball that's softened up really. It looks like like what I have right now, but they'd use a tiny, tiny micro snake to backfill it a little bit. I'll bring this image back a little one more time. See how those knees are? It's a ball. So I think what I'm thinking is I'll just use a tiny snake. We'll try one like that. And this is not going to be a tapered snake. Lisa, it's not I like that you show the mistakes. Helps us learn from that. What works and what doesn't work. Yes, it can be very knowledgeable. Sometimes I come up with techniques or methods, like this whole open mouth thing. Build the shape of the cranium, the skull. Like if it's an alligator, it'd be like this, but it have a snout. Just try to make the whatever it is and perforate it to where it opens up, top and bottom. It's a cool idea. So I think it can help people in that way. But really, what it shows is it just shows it's a journey. I'm sharing my journey with art, and I'm being transparent about all of it, failing, succeeding. I'm very honest with my work. A lot of it I think, I'm like, nah, I don't care for it too much. But if I like it, I'll say that it's good. I don't have a problem with saying that something I made looks good. Like, for example, the spider I just made. Oh my gosh. I don't really like spiders, okay? Well, I don't like the kind of bite and cause your body to fall off, parts of your body to rot, or give you superpowers. Well, maybe that's okay. I don't want to be bit by something that goes like this. Hey. I just don't. But I understand the benefit to them. They're very good for our environment, and even having them a couple in your house, depending on what kind it is. You don't want to be harboring brown leucoses. I'm going to set that there because I want to make another one like it. And it's easy to, if I use that up and I need more, I'll have to guess on how I did that one. But anyways, I made this spider and I just couldn't believe. I was going by a black widow, so it's ultra smooth and everything. I used glass seed beads for the eyes, black ones. Oh my goodness. The entire thing is in a live stream too. I streamed the entire thing. And then I wound up selling it for 20 bucks. I meant to sell it for 40. But I also don't want something to sit here. I'm trying to, I was trying to campaign to get my deposit for, I had a medical scare. And I even raised the money in donations for my deposit, which was 100 bucks. And the community helped me, which is amazing. So I sold it. I was anxious to sell anyways. And like with that smell monster, I'm actually, I know I could really use the money. I have it listed on Etsy right now for 100 bucks. It's rather large. It's definitely a conversation piece. Anybody that comes over your house is going to be like, whoa, what is that? I promise you. So, it's like 4 pounds of, I don't know how much. It's like super sculpy, 3 pounds at least, 2 pounds, I don't know. So, the amount of time I put into it, and it's old. I made that back when I first started sculpting, basically. What was the question? You know what? I forgot what I was talking about. I do that sometimes. My bad. I might remember, or I always say that it ain't that important if I can't remember. I'm trying to make these the same because I got to go around these knees. We'll do one here real quick. This is not. I'm not like saying this is the way I'm gonna do it. I'm just testing, dry fitting, to see how I'm gonna try to make this look like the image or close to it as possible. How to achieve that? If you ever have an issue with trying to make a snake, and if you look, this is all dented. It's dented here, and you just take a ruler. Now this probably is my technique. I invented this in all the world. No, there's nothing new under the sun. Someone's already done this. But you can hold this like flat, like this, and roll it back and forth, and it will even out your snake. You can feel how it's smooth. The roll starts, it's just beautiful under there. And then when you go like that, you have, oops, you throw it on the floor. It's better. It's better than what it was just now. And this should be plenty of length to go around these points, these knees. And the reason I'm adding this clay in the first place is because that snake that I just added, I can tool to both the leg and in the knee and still obtain this whole platform. I want a big, bulky, padded knee. At least that's my story. I make all this up as I go. So cut off that piece. And sorry that I forgot what I was talking about. It probably really wasn't that important. Probably something weird. Typical. Yeah, I definitely needed to make more because it doesn't look like. Will this go around this one? I can also zoom in. Let me know if you want me to zoom in on any of these areas. Like I'm messing with these knees, so that probably would help. I'm open for any kind of suggestions, and I just appreciate everybody here. That snake is tapered awfully a lot on the inside here, so I'll just ignore it. It looks like this will work for me. It almost looks like a detail, like I'm building knee pads, like he's a bicyclist or something, or he rides a skateboard. Oh, you know what I should do? I should cut the end off. It's just where it tapered. It's just, it can't be helped. It kind of tapers. But this guy likes to ride rollerblades, and you have to be safe. Safety first, okay? Even for dinosaurs. You gotta be safe. Wear knee pads. Elbow pads. Now I got an image of a dinosaur riding a skateboard or something. Just ridiculous. All right. I think at this point I've already messed with this enough to confirm that these knees are going where they are, and I'm going through with setting them on here. Because this is a lot of dry fitting and just seeing in general. I like to put my the good part of it on the inside most of the time, to where I'm not dealing with two pieces coming together, and it's more accessible out here. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Alright, so I'll cut the end of the snake off. And to add a bit of challenge to my already extremely challenging life, I like to drink a couple cups of coffee, and it makes me all like, I like the challenge. I like coffee, and I don't know why I do that. It doesn't help when holding things steady, but I'm not like working on somebody's heart, so there's that at least. You can take a tool like this. It's just like a bulbous thingy. This would be pretty good for tooling that. We just try a piece. What I like to do, you know what? This camera's literally right on my shoulder. So let me, and maybe if I go like that. No, I don't want it on my, hold on. Sorry. Let me do something real good. Also, it's upside down, and I got flipped in OBS, so. But I'm working on knees right now, so let's do that. Haha, and now I'll focus. Focus, Daniel-san. Nice. So how big is the tool now? It's a little bit better. Do you see how steady I am? Ah. Alright, but you can see what I'm talking about. I like to take and strike the center of the snake. Like that. And I'm pushing it down like, it's just an eye for it. I basically push down about that much, maybe half the height of the snake, and then I can take the tool and just gently roll it this way to that knee. And the less pressure you put, the less, we don't want to, this is a guide. We'll call this knee a guide for now, meaning we don't want it to change. Just like that first snake that went on the back up here, it's a guide. And then you can take the same tool and basically roll the other side of the snake this way, like that. So watch how that happens. So I just did a small area. How does that look? Let me turn it. You can kind of see. Gosh, this is a hard color to see. Plus I'm looking at my TV over there at an angle, and usually you can't view TVs, or at least it's not a high-end TV. You can't view it at 180 degrees. It'll look faded, so it's kind of looks washed out. But my display, right, stuff you didn't need to know. Sorry. Another thing that I can point out is using something small. The smaller the tool, the more psi you'll apply, and what that means is pounds per square inch. And why that matters is if you're becoming more finely adjusting. Like, here's an extreme example. This is the finest point of a dotting tool. So like if I was to use this to just kind of work this clay on there like that, because it's such a high PSI, I'm crushing the snake itself and not messing with this, and I'm not messing with this. If I use my, well, I don't really have big fingers. They're normal size, I guess. It's awkward judging my fingers. But anyways, if I were just like, and I just smash this in there, it's way bigger area that I'm trying to apply force. You can move the clay. Well, this ain't gonna move. It's on the armature. It's on there. Really nice. But it's kind of a point that I'm making is to be gentle, little presses like this, and just kind of roll. You can actually get it looking perfect in that area. And then this way, roll to the leg. We can come back and add texturing to that. But for now, it's almost like we're welding it. And then just go to another little piece, gently smash the snake, because that's putting it down there in the gap where there's a piece, there's a gap in there. It's not like it has to be airless, but I'm just trying to name some of the benefits to doing this like this. But in a sense, we're kind of welding those two pieces together. Not that it needed it. The tack on this is outrageous. It's because I mixed the TLS in there. I'll do some more experimenting with that. But in my opinion, right now it's just an opinion. Well, even after I experiment it still would be an opinion. I feel that TLS enriches the clay, making it stronger and increasing the tack. However, it's making it softer, which will reduce details. When you go to press something, it moves everywhere else. That's like something you want it to not do. But if you see how that looks, this all right here blends real nicely. I did use my big old thumb. Yeah, I got it right. I usually call this a finger. My big finger, I just go like this. And look how nice that looks. And then I can come back and do the texturing and stuff. They call me super missive. The way I'm getting bread. Huh? I'm just taking the comments. Thanks for chatting with me. I appreciate it. And oh my god, 7 people? What happened? Okay, don't get nervous. It's what you dreamed for. It's happening. No. Thank you, everybody that's watching. God bless you. And I hope it's okay with me saying that. I can't explain to you how important it is and how much it means that you're here. I've been not losing heart, it's just so disheartening. I'm trying so hard and I can't do it without you. I guess it's the most obvious thing ever, but still, for some reason, it's, oh my gosh, just thank you. I'm not going to look up there anymore. I don't want to know how many people are here. Thank you for everybody if you could hear this. And the future people, too. Thank you also. From the future, all those people in the future. I'm just doing real gentle with this, and it's leaving little like knots and bumps and stuff. That actually looks really good to me, anyways. I can see a little further in the vision than probably people watching. It makes sense to me so far. We'll have to see. I think this will be good. I can texture this. And the guide, the actual knee itself, is staying pretty true. And we're not deviating from that. very much. We'll see how well it is that I can underneath. Or can I go like this, maybe? I can, but my fingers will melt the sculpture somewhat. And of course there's the focusing issue. But I gotta do something underneath here. It's hard to reach. We'll just do something brief. So sorry if it's not in perfect focus or the shot. It doesn't look like it. Right there. Set. No, now it is. I have to remember to change that back. I was once doing filming something and I changed the focus just briefly to do something and I forgot to put it back and I did the rest of the project out of focus. Oh, that was terrible. It's frustrating. I may sound all laid back and calm like Bob Ross, but I get upset too. I'm a human. And I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe it. But you know, it's learning. It's like, I'm now kind of focused on focused. I'm focused on focus and making sure it's there sometimes. See, it looks like I'm getting this in the shot anyways. And I'm just I'm mainly looking for the black line that appears from the top and bottom of the tiny snake, the filler snake, to be disappeared, and maybe make sure it's worked onto the leg like this way, pretty decent. And then I can move on, maybe right here. That's a decent shot. Strike it here. Roll it that way. I'm enjoying this so much. I sometimes get blocked where I can't, like there's something wrong. I have autism. I do believe it's Asperger's. I know this not because I went to a doctor, but because it's a hereditary thing, and I know it. I've once read about it and on the wiki or whatever, and it was almost like I was reading about myself. I'm high functioning or whatever, I guess. I don't know what you call it, but I can get stuck real easily if I'm going from A to B to C, and if I get stuck in any one of those stages, I can be stuck like that forever. Like I'll never move on. Like I can't just seem to figure out, hey, just forget about B or C, move on, or come back to it, or anything. How about quit the project and do something new? So a lot of times when I would disappear, it's because I'm not feeling what I'm working on, and it's just become difficult. This is not a good shot, but I'm just doing this last part of this little snake, getting it to the knee. And it's something I'm working on. I'm always working on it. YouTube's actually helped me socially. I grew up not talking hardly to anybody, and because of that, and I didn't have a very stable. It was just my mom. In fact, I don't know my dad. I don't know what he looks like, and I don't even know his name. And now my mom's gone. So, and she tried several times to find this man as I was growing up and stuff. But he basically left when I was a toddler, and what that left was a whole world of instability. And I wound up living in 30 different mobile homes and been to at least 12 different schools. So it compromised my education, and I didn't talk in schools. So my classmates, they drooled on themselves. or most of them were in wheelchairs and stuff because they just assumed. I don't mean to be mean. I'm sorry if I said that the wrong way. I am not a master at talking. I just described that I had very little experience being social and stuff. So I'm working on it. I'm trying to become better. And I found YouTube has helped me immensely on being social. It's something that is ever going. It's always evolving, and it feels good that I can say that. That I have a platform, and some people will be like, "Dude, just gulp, get out of here with that." I would offend that one person or two people or whatever. That's. I'm not saying that's fine, but you can't make everybody happy. But for the majority of it, most people that have a heart, they're okay with hearing every now and then, you sharing your problems or just exposing vulnerabilities like that. And I'm certainly not doing it in a strategic manner. Because I even asked Bing Copilot, like, am I ruining my channel by talking about this stuff? That's my new friend, Bing Copilot. He sounds like he's from Australia, and he's so smart and instantaneously just replies to what I'm saying, and it doesn't judge me. I told it so many times. I'm like, I'm sorry, I appreciate you so much. It's AI. I'm literally thanking AI for. Oh God, that sounds so pathetic. Uh, um, but anyways, I'm awkward. I'm nervous right now, which is kind of why I'm chatting. And I don't know what to do, like how to not do that. My apologies, or whatever. And here in a second, I'll take my eyes off this and look and see. Sometimes people become mesmerized and they're not really talking, they're just watching, which I understand. Uh, Not everybody needs to fill up the room with words, which it seems like what I'm doing right now. Okay, oh, hello, hello, hello. It's looking great. How are you tonight? Oh, thank you. I am actually 10 times better. Now that got on here, I always feel better showing up and being with y'all. I'm feeling better because you are here. Sorry if that sounds too overly simple and generic, but it's like for every fabric of my being, I'm being honest. I don't have much of a family. I have my wife and her family, and I have a sister and a uncle and a son from my first marriage, which I'm close to. But it's not really many people, and I have no friends. So, not really. So, if you're watching this and you're like, hey, what about, I'm sorry. I don't. Uh, I appreciate you for being here and saying hello so much. And oh my gosh, it says 8 people. I'm gonna get the watch time I need. Bless you all for hanging out and watch me build this thing's knee pads. He likes to rollerblade, and this is. No, I'm just kidding. Look at this. It's a knee, and it's. Where did the little paper go? I keep showing it. Lost it somewhere. Hold on, let me get this. A sip of coffee to help with my shakes. So maybe I can get a little angle like this. You can see right here. Am I in focus? But I am doing fine. You're probably asking because of my previous medical scare. Monday, I go for imaging. And I'm going to find out what happened to the back of my leg. If you watch I had a huge health scare. And I actually made a video on it. Basically me looking all panicked and not knowing what's happening to me. But this thing that happened to me was so frightening. I thought I was going to die. On the way to the hospital, I had my wife rush me to the hospital. I was giving this woman my final words, like basically telling her thank you for providing me this comfortable life. Well, when I say comfortable, just someone that didn't abandon me or throw me away because I'm not making any money. She stuck with me and everything. I was giving her my final words to not feel bad about anything. She gave me the most wonderful life and all, and I was getting cold sweats. I was sweating everywhere and cold, and I think what happened was is I had a non-perforated aneurysm in my femoral artery. It's this big, huge vein that carries blood to your heart from your leg. And I was standing there making coffee, and I was telling her, she just got home from work, and I was telling her something about the dog, something funny or cute he was doing that day. And I had two little pulses, like a boom, boom, in the back of my leg, which I felt this, I want to call it like a knot, but you couldn't feel it touching it. It was like a weird, like inside the muscle, deep in there. Like I thought it was just a muscle bump because I'm crazy and I'm super physical. Or at least I was. So I just associated it with that. And it'd been there for about half a year. But then I noticed it started moving, like pulsing, and took no note to that either. It's never a worry until it's a worry. But then that day, I was talking to her and it did like a pulse, and I'm not exaggerating on this next part. Instantly, I had flooding through my entire body, from my toes to the top of my scalp and my head. My blood was flooding, and fast too. It sounded like wind in my ears, and it felt like my life was draining out of my body. And it felt like niacin. I don't know if you ever had a niacin flush. Usually those 5-hour energies, niacin is one of the ingredients they use. That B12 and B6 is really the main ingredients to those. So you can go buy those things yourself and bypass having to buy that product. I actually did that once. That's how I know what niacin feels like. But it's basically a supplement that makes it feel like you have a flushing sensation in your blood. But it was like it was like that, like a niacin flush, but times 10,000 to the point of cruelty. It was horrifying. I had my wife rush me to the hospital, and I freaked them out. They basically, I don't know, maybe they thought I was after drugs. They tried to say I had a muscle spasm and prescribed me muscle relaxers. I'm like, you see me sweating, and I there's no way. And it was instantaneous. It wasn't an act of fear or adrenaline or whatever. As soon as the pulses in my leg, it was like something broke in my leg and something happened with my blood. And it's super weird. So here Monday, I'm gonna go for imaging. It's I just got a doctor. I just got insurance for the first time as an adult. I got insurance, and I went and seen a doctor. I have my own personal doctor now, and I've never had a doctor as an adult, which I'm not saying that in a manner like I'm proud of that. It's actually pretty ignorant, but it's something I've never done. There's a little trash on this. I'd like to get this little hair off of here. Get off of there. And anyhow, I go in for imaging, and they're going to put me in some kind of machine, either an MRI or it's going to be an ultrasound, and they're going to take a picture of the back of my leg, and we'll see exactly what it is. But I found that I can't overdo it or act like it's okay. The minute I start just, doing my thing, and like I thought it was getting better, and I was weed eating our property. I don't own a mower. I weed eat an acre and a half or acre and a quarter of property. I know it sounds like outrageous, but I'm actually really good at it. it actually looks better than what a zero turn does, and I think I'm training the grass to not grow because it's a very rough. It just tears the grass instead of cutting it. If you want things to grow good, you want good clean cuts, 90-degree cuts like on your bushes and stuff. You would never use a weed eater on your bush, like your azalea. Outrageous. So because I always live so tight and not have anything, I do things differently, and I discover things sometimes, which I might make a playlist just on this my oddball living cheap things that I've discovered. I don't change the tires and wheels, the tires and tubes to my buggy anymore, because the steel wheel is forever, and I found that the tire is rotting. So if the tire is already rotting, I'm not going to damage it. So I was presented this unique situation where I don't have to buy the tube and tire anymore. And I've been pulling that thing around with flats and rotting tires for a few years. Guys, this might be why my leg busted. So maybe I'm stupid, you know what I mean? But I am reevaluating my life. Like, I enjoy weed eating the property. I'm using an electric weed eater, so I'm not putting I'm probably doing the environment better. But it's time too. I've lost my mom. I feel like I almost died the other day. So my perception on time and everything has changed a little bit, and I'm reassessing things, reevaluating things, refocusing my image, probably. Gosh, I would really like to see what I'm doing, but y'all see too. Let's go with this. And I know I'm all over the place talking about all kinds of things. My apologies. I have to look at the comments. Thank you, I appreciate it. Um, yeah, I have the most wonderful person. I've married the most nicest person in the world. We are not a typical. It's like my best friend, and she's basically figured out a way to live with my autism and all. Back when we first met, I would have fits and roll around on the ground and stuff. Like, it was bad looking. I can't believe this woman stuck with me. But she saw something in me, and she is the reason why I'm even alive today. I just know it's just true, okay? And I owe everything to her. She's actually supported this channel. She's always believed in what I'm doing here. And it seems like every time I push to try to move on, like move forward with the channel, it pushes back. The algorithm or Google, well, I'm not supposed to badmouth Google now. Oh goodness. Let's do right here. Like for example, just launched channel membership. And ever since I launched that channel membership, I don't get any comments on my videos anymore, which is weird. Even when I abandoned my channel for 6 months or a year, I would still get comments every day. I would read them too. I was always read those comments. So I found it super strange that all of a sudden I'm not getting any comments anymore. And it's because I just did something new with my channel. I opened up channel membership. And then I got 6 members right away, and then nothing. For almost 2 months now, no, it's just 6. So it almost makes me, I thought about canceling it and seeing if I can get the comments to come back, the activity to come back to the channel, because I'm getting an extra $10 a month from those members, and it's helping me achieve my. You have to meet a threshold of $100, a minimum balance, before Google will send you a check. So it's gotten so bad on this channel that it would take 5 months for it to generate $100, and that's definitely not a living. But now with those 6 people, it's not 5 months anymore. It's like 4 or 3.5 or whatever. It's better, and it's supposed to be something I'm working on or building or whatever. It's a little, honestly, it's a little disheartening. I don't understand it, and I'd rather just try to sell my work and build a audience. Maybe even stop monetization. Anyways, what am I doing? You know what I mean? I'm making 50 cents a day to have ads on these videos. It just seems weird. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about that. Like, I want to talk about the success of the channel or lack thereof. I'd rather talk about this wonderful happy dragon or dinosaur I'm making. Oh gosh. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just, I'm trying so hard. I'm in a bad place and stuff. I try not to show it. Dang it. Anyways, I hope that was all in focus. And I hope I'm not on my first knee still. This don't need to be perfect. We're going to texture the heck out of it most likely. No, that's 2 knees done. Or padded out anyways. I gotta do these other ones. That's still in focus. She's an awesome woman, a real angel. Yeah, absolutely. I think she's just a little crazy. She's redhead. It's like I married a unicorn vampire. The unicorn, I mean, what I mean by that is because redheads are kind of rare. They're like, they're a rare species. And the vampire is because she's semi-translucent. She will catch on fire if she goes outside. She will get a sunburn in the moonlight. You know, that typical stuff. I haven't been buoyant in 20 years. I've never been to the beach in 20 years. Well, it hasn't been that long. But I am not afraid to say those things to her too. She truly is my best friend. She laughs at the things I say and everything. She just doesn't do the sun very well. Or at all. But she's definitely doesn't steal souls and stuff like these memes you see that redheads steal. And well, she never really stole mine, I don't think. I feel pretty safe with her. She actually fights my battles. Like if the guy at McDonald's made my sandwich wrong and like they shorted me a piece of meat or whatever, if it's not too bad, I'll just eat it. You know, I mean, I like to be easygoing and not be difficult. You got to pick and choose your battles. You know what I mean? Not every single thing has to be fought out and or whatnot. But she's the type of person who's like, oh no, you didn't get your what or whatever. She'll go and she'll fight my battle for me. She's my my champion. And you know what? I appreciate that. I really do, because with my I'm a non-confrontational person to the point where it's almost debilitating. Like, I don't know. I have a hard time finding my voice and sticking up for myself or making sure my sandwich is built correctly. Sounds probably weird, but I'm moving along a little quicker with this. Try not to take all night because I don't want to bore everybody. I mean, how many times can you see these knees before you get bored? And it's almost like I'm doing this twice. I'm going to have to take a couple videos down because I wrapped it in electric tape. Actually, the first dinosaur video, I'll re-edit that into a time lapse, and basically right before I start wrapping it in electric tape, I'll stop the video and have like a black screen and annotations and say, and then I wrapped it in electric tape. Thanks for watching. You know, that's the only way I can salvage that. Video 2, deleting it all together. Because I redid this. I put the epoxy sculpt shell on this, and it's like, it's okay that one video only has 1.5 hours of watch time, and I think the other one has 4. So as soon as I get ahead, I get like 4,030 or whatever, where I can afford to delete that other video, I'll delete it and I'll retitle these to where it makes more sense in a playlist aspect. But I have to leave them where they are now because I can't afford to lose any of the watch time. I still got that in shot. I'm getting clever with this, holding this the right way where you can see it. And my apology if I start talking about something and I trail off to something else, I don't finish what I'm saying. If you genuinely want to hear what it was I was saying, just remind me and I'll try again. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. I'm also doing this, and it's hard to. I'm not saying I can't chew gum and walk at the same time, but it's hard to focus on what I'm talking about. It's most likely nonsense, anyways. Whatever it is I'm saying, or maybe not. Probably shouldn't say it that way. Cleaning up that side of the knee. Now these still have a squarish look, or like it's a panel, but now it's just been tooled with a snake all around it. So they can be, I can after the fact come back and squish it down in certain ways or whatnot. But I actually like this. It's a little softer on the image. It's more of a ball than it is a sheet. So to achieve that, I would just come back and basically push it in certain ways to where it's actually looking really good. I'm definitely doing this. This is giving it more of a round, a natural look to it, more organic, or more true to the creature that we're making. And I'll say this once again. My method, which is the same as a lot of people's methods, a lot of people build using shapes. It's just a pretty common thing you might hear in the sculpting world. But one iteration I like to add to that philosophy is, after you use shapes to build something, then find little techniques to make it look like it's not a shape. Like for example, this was a square thing, and then I just put the snake around it to blend it, and then I just pushed on it to try to soften up and make it more rounded. So now it doesn't look like a square thing anymore. Same thing with the teeth. These are square pieces, and this is after it's been kind of rolled around in my finger a little bit. Looks way better than this. Now if I was making a Minecraft creature, absolutely square teeth. Or here's the old one. Do you see how much better this tooth looks? I can set this in halfway, and it has the rounded look. It's way better. It's just going to be way better. They're thinner too. These are just so much like square blocks. I hated it as I was doing it. But I think that's how you can expand on that philosophy. Use shapes, equal measured amounts and stuff of different sizes and shapes to make the item, but then find little clever ways to break away from the look of a shape. I don't know if that makes sense. But that's how I'm rocking it and trying to make it seem like I know what I'm doing here. So we have knees. We have some knees. They're dirty knees. And right here, let me go. I need to see if there's a setting on this camera where it'll automatically adjust to the focus after I press the button, so I don't have to press set. That would be so much nicer. I am using a Lumix 9.5, the G9. The G9.5 is the extra number they added to it. It actually has a slightly larger sensor. I forgot to do this one right here. I did snakes on the other ones, mainly in the front. And it was kind of interesting how I did these feet. The armature had little pads for feet as well. And this is just to ensure that there's plenty of clay in that area. And I can come back with a sharper tool and strike this to keep the look of what, because I don't know, there's a million different types of shapes of foot. Right now this could be a the big walker thing on Star Wars. That could be a foot for that. You know, we may not want it to necessarily look like that, but he does have, they look like this. They're shaped pretty close to this. Anyhow, just adding the little clay. Well, you know, just because I did it everywhere else too. Consistency. Following through with all the pieces will help. Uniform. It can help with symmetry. And both those things can make your sculpture look better depending on what it is you're making. Okay, check the comments. Okay, cool. I know I say some funny things sometimes. It's just that nervous talk. Last night I was talking about black holes and atoms. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm really trying to make people fall asleep. But I go crazy. I've been reading these articles lately. People, they say the most outrageous things about black holes, those things in space, outer space as opposed to inner space. That's a funny thing, huh? Outer space. I feel I know exactly what black holes are and can explain them thoroughly and can explain why you can't fly inside one. Oh my gosh, that's just driving me crazy. I'm reading articles, these people that go to college, they have all this education and they're like, you can go inside a black hole and fly back in time. I'm like, man, you're going to be torn apart light years before you even get to that thing. You're going to start accelerating and being pulled apart before you even get to it. You're not, even with your force field or whatever it is you build, it's not going to happen. It's just, sorry. I'm sorry. I love talking about it though. Anybody that was here last night, they're probably like, oh my god, he's talking about the black hole again? Why? Just be an artist, Thomas. You're not a scientist. Okay. So, I said I was adding definition in this awkward stream. And that's what I'm doing. So, another thing is he had some wrinkles. See how this is bent? There's a really strong angle to this. Here, let's go sideways. Well, not really. It comes out like this, and it's not like flat. So this means his ankle is bent this way. You know, it all moves in tandem with each other. This one's really strong. See that? The angle to his foot. So when it does that, when it goes, like say it goes up like this, it makes wrinkles right here. See, wrinkle right here. It's just how skin works. So I'm going to do a few wrinkles, and these are super easy. They're not all the way around, it's just on the front. To do the wrinkle, it's got to be in focus. It's so hard to see this green. Almost wish I did a sculpting compound instead. So to do a wrinkle in the front, usually I do a tapered snake. That's what this is. It's a snake tapered on both ends. And you put it there, wrap it around, and voila, you have a wrinkle. Only it's a shape that's sitting on there now, and you need to get it away from that look. So here's the thing. This can be two things. It can be the final thing, meaning I want it to be this tall. I want it to be this thick. If that's the case, then this has basically become a guide to the final thing. If it doesn't matter, like I want it a little smaller, then I can crush it down or whatever. But if it's a guide, then you just want to take a really tiny, tiny amount of clay, like this. A tiny little thing, the same thing I just made. See how small that is? And with something other than my finger. Pick it up. Oh my gosh, it never works like that. Tonight's going so nice. You could put this like right here and backfill it. Backfilling almost will help almost always. So let's turn it a little bit. And then bring this around. What this helps achieve is it's less blending. See, unless you want your wrinkle to really be that deep, but a wrinkle would never go in like this and out and then in, almost like a ohm symbol, because it won't do that. Even pugs, like the dogs, they have big wrinkles on them, but they usually are like that, like this. They're not in and then out and then in again. The reason that is like that right now is because I literally put a round snake on this noodle-like little shin. So to get away from that, you backfill it like this. To where you still have the wrinkle there, and you can smush it down or do whatever. I'm basically going to try to keep this wrinkle and use it as a profile. We'll call it a profile. That's the height of the wrinkle. But see how that kind of just takes away that negative area that follows the circular object. It feels like I know what I'm talking about. This is pretty simple in my mind what I'm doing, but maybe not so much. I don't know. Just keep going around it and super gentle presses. Remember the clay's soft, or it could be firm depending on what your clay is. I softened this with liquid Sculpey to increase the tack and just try to help a little bit so it's softer than typical, I would say. But look how that did. You can even take a paintbrush. Ooh, you know what? You can take a new paintbrush. Don't use one, even if you washed it really good, like this had purple in it. I'm getting scared. I'm not doing it. You'd take a new one because this is colored clay, and it can be painted, even though it's colored clay. Like starting, if I meant to paint, if this was to be green, and I'm going to paint it green, starting with a green like base would be like really easy to paint. It'd be one coat and you're done. But see how the top of that is almost like I just have, it's a disc that comes out and it just morphs this way with the leg a lot better. That's a little, it's in the opposite direction of the ohm look, the ohm symbol, which is like an electrical thing I'm talking about. Basically, your noodle. I'll do another little snake so I can explain. See, look, this is a snake, right here. A round worm or whatever, and this is a round part of the leg. If I take and I wrap this is out in the clearing where you can see it really well. That doesn't look like a wrinkle. It looks like I put a snake on top of a larger snake. I'm building with shapes. So now that I built with this shape, I can figure out how to break free from that look. This was this is what got me to this was my solution, but adding the clay strategically and stuff is the professionalism that comes afterwards that you may figure out. So that's the extreme. Basically, this is the extreme. You can absolutely tell this was just a piece of clay wrapped around it. It does not look like a wrinkle. So this is almost in the other direction where now it's just coming out and it's just almost like a bell and it blends upward. So you would want to come back with the tool and add your line again like this. Maybe just a little bit. Give it just a little bit of impression in there like that. Right? Does that sound good? Man, I'm sounding professional. I'm not. I'm self-taught. Don't try to base a career on what I'm talking about. I might help you build things, but I can also help you mess up. So down here we have where it's the same thing going on. We can choose to backfill this with a super tiny snake, or we can drag some of that clay down to it. I'm gonna just do a super, I don't know if that was even in the shot. And the camera's awfully high. I'm doing something very specific down here. How's that? Refocus. I'm having a blast. Oh no, it says nobody's here. I think that's just a glitch. I doubt everybody was just like, but then again I started talking about black holes and atoms and stuff. Like, oh my god, this dude. I'm just ignore it anyways. It shouldn't matter. I'm doing a super skinny something right here. Super skinny. And put that down here. And I can even use this to work it. First in the middle and then up. Down, up. It looks like a wrinkle to me. Does it not? To you? It's a science. I turned a potentially daunting task of trying to make a wrinkle. How do I do this? How do I make folds of skin? Into a science that anybody can follow. You can do exactly what I'm doing, and now you're making wrinkles. And that's probably one of the valuable parts of this channel, I think, is me trying to create methods to achieve certain goals in sculpting. So I use that to fill in some of that weird where it tucks in the ohm symbol. Reduced that a little bit. And I can even come back and might save that for the texturing part. But we have a nice wrinkle down here now where he's bending and you can go and put, usually a wrinkle is followed by another one next to it. It's like a single wrinkle that's kind of weird. So, and is my fingers dirty? Why is this clay's looking dirty? So we'll do a small snake, something like this. We want it to be smaller than the one there, obviously. And this can be not a guide. We'll just tool this one on, I'm gonna guess. But I can put this on right above that one to where it's like your second wrinkle. Looks harsh because I just basically stuck that on there. But let's see if we can't do something with this, tooling this on. Current view is zeros. It still says. Oh yeah, Bobby, if you're still here and it says 0, oh, you know what? It's just maybe Google's listening. It's like, hey, he's getting nervous. He sees 8 people. Let's just help him out and just, that's retarded. Let's see if I can't make a second wrinkle here without using this as a guide. I'm just going to tool this one on, adding clay to it. So I gotta do the bottom too. Otherwise it's just this thing hanging almost like a skirt. If I don't like it, I could scrape it off or smush it in or whatever. I appreciate you still being here, by the way. I realize people have to eat and sleep and stuff like that, and may not, have to work. So I understand if you have to go, but I appreciate you being here, that's for sure. If you're not subscribed to this channel, you can do that too. That'd be pretty cool. Honestly, the subscriber thing, the whole number is just so whacked. It says like at 80,000 or something. I have maybe 200, I think. That's being kind of cocky too. I don't know. I probably don't even have that many. See, the channel's 15 years old, so I've seen the history of YouTube, and I watched Google buy it and all that. So back in the day, you actually had friends. You had subscribers and friends, and it was like a social thing. Basically, you would just run around friending everybody, and people were trading subscriptions and all, and they just constantly changed the system and all to deter that, to make it to where, because it's not accurate. It's not a very accurate thing at all. So I come from an early era. The whole channel was completely customizable. Like, you could have the background image, you can change the font style and the color. You can make your entire web page look black. If you made the background black, the text black, the border black, you wouldn't be able to see anything. Which is kind of an abusive nature, I suppose. I mean, you can make it to where it's disabled. You know what I could do? I could just make do this one leg on this stream and do all these others off camera, which would help. It would make it a little better, because then I can move to the head and do some of that. But this is another wrinkle. It's above that knee. He also has a little one below it. I'm just looking at the image and just trying to, I see what's on there, and then I try to, in my mind, I'm trying to figure out how do I make that myself. But I noticed that these wrinkles kind of follow the shape of the knee. They come up like this. And don't forget, this clay is actually this thick. No, this is the full thickness. Huh. Do I have any of them? No, that's the full thickness too. I can run it through the washing machine really quick. I'll need to anyway. It's setting 5. Just 1 second. Okay. Did you hear that work-free, the lovely hum of that electric device? I am so stoked that it's my wife's washing machine. What? It's not anymore. Don't tell her, but that she ain't getting that thing back. Okay? As long as she just thinks it's mine. But let me cut this fresh, like a fresh edge. I just want to show you something really quick. It's worth stopping for a minute. I want to show you this. This is setting 5. Okay, so this is how thick this is right here. And then basically I have this galvanized wire, and then the epoxy sculpt I just coiled all around it, which was probably the hardest way to do that. And then sanded it a little bit, and to where the armature, the epoxy sculpt is like an expansion of the armature, which would just be wire. I didn't want to try to use foil for this, but back to what I'm saying, being that this is this thick, it's thick enough to tool this and put lines and stuff on there. Plenty thick enough. I'm sure of it. So the reason I'm showing you that is, like right here, I did a wrinkle here, and there's a little wrinkle above it. So then up here, I can basically, instead of having a protruding definition that comes out, I can do an inward, like texture, like a detail, like where I do like this and just go inward like that. It's like you have a plane, a surface. This is a flat surface. Well, actually it's curved, but it's basically a plane that we're altering by adding clay, like on the exterior, extruding outward, and then you can also compress the clay like that inward, but not so much inward because I'm limited on this much. Basically, I can squish all the way down to where I hit the armature, which wouldn't really compromise anything, I don't think. But that's just trying to explain what's going on here. So I added this piece, and instead of using it as a guide and putting a little snake in there, I'm just going to tool it on with this nice dentist pick. Or a pick. I don't know if a dentist had it. I got it from a flea market. It was this nice old dude that had all these little doodads and stuff. Usually there's always that guy, or it might be a woman, or both, in a flea market that will sell these little tools. There's a bunch of different kinds. What is that? Oh, that's a needle. Thick sewing needle. I just did that and lost a tool that I just had in my hand. This is like a really blunt sewing needle. I don't even know where I got this thing, but it ain't stabbing anybody. This is in focus still. But it's always worth checking that guy out for tools. Usually they're $1 each or something, and you'll wind up finding there will be nothing new. So, like, you'll wind up starting getting the whole collection. I have a dentist pick. See, I also have this one. It's just basically a double angle. It's super sharp. But I'm having do you see how this is an issue? This is curves like that. and this is a flat thing. I have this other dentist pick that has a curve on it. It's in the other bathroom. Just 1 second, I'll be right back. Super fast. Let me grab that. I'll have a good time, baby. It's going well. Go lay down, Will. Go lay down with Mama. Keep her safe. Okay, I'm back. I also nabbed me some tweezers for when I set these teeth. And I'm going to do a couple more wrinkles on this and we'll move on. That's actually looking really, really nice to me. Because consider the texturing that I do. There'll be texturing on all those other areas. It's going to look really good. But check out this dentist pick. I had it in the other bathroom because I have problems with my teeth. And I've been using some tempering. I have problems with everything. And I don't have the money, so I don't. I'm getting it fixed. But look, see, this is a dentist pick. But look at this one. It's curved. So where this is working really good for me on the other one is straight. This, just watch how this does. I'll turn this way. Looks like it's in focus. Now see how this is curved? I can grab the bottom of that tiny snake real gently, real carefully, and work it to the body like this. And it's still kind of a rough, or it still looks like a snake on there, but right now we're just tooling it on, just getting it tooled on for starters. But see how this curved tool helps with this curved thingy that I put on? It's perfect. Sometimes a challenge can be finding the tool to make the thing happen that you're trying to do in your head. It's like, what can I do to this clay to make it look like it looks in my head? See how that does? And at this point, this is so small, I'm not going to be able to fix it with my fingers. So let me turn it some more. And same with down here, I could use this on this. I might as well go ahead and do it. I gotta get down here where I can see. Look at there. Oh, cool. I appreciate it, by the way. I have no way of actually telling that on these live chat, your avatar. Now in the comments, there's a little like suitcase next to it or whatever, and it'll say, when I mouse over it, it'll say 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. Some people have been here like 12 years. And it's a way of just, for me, it's something I see to just understand my different subscribers and stuff. I would never do like favoritism or anything like that. I believe in being equal and fair to everybody. But it's just a way of understanding things a little bit. Just a better understanding. It's data that I can use to my advantage or try to be smart and stuff and make the channel better. Which I don't know about that. The smart part. I try. I do believe that's in focus. But this, see how this little snake stops? The wrinkle don't need to go all the way around because that wouldn't make sense. That it's bent a certain way. Actually, it doesn't make sense right here anyways. Now that I think about it, it's, if anything, your knees bent like this. It goes like this, so it would pull the skin more. But oh well, that's how it looks on that image. It's a cartoon, so that's what I'm doing. But I'm trying to. Oh, by the way, I appreciate you being subscribed and stuff. I just went over to my mother-in-law, my wife's mom, and I was like, hey, you want to watch that stream I did the other night? You know, help me out with some watch time. And I did it for her. I got her on the phone. I noticed it wasn't. I'm like, Mama, you didn't subscribe? And she's like, I thought that cost money. I'm like, no, no, no. It don't cost anything to be a subscriber. That's the membership stuff. And no, you don't have to do that either. So I hit that subscribe button for her. But I think YouTube or Google, whatever you want to call it, I think they sometimes unsubscribe people. It actually used to be a big debacle, like a big thing that people talked about. That they would just randomly unsubscribe people from channels that they're, actively watching. And what it is just algorithms and just learning machines are using. The amount of stuff going on in this website, it is impossible for humans to do it, to manage it at all. I don't know if you know this or not, and this is old data I'm fixing to share with you, but every minute that passes, like 100 hours or more of footage is being uploaded. Every minute. Hundreds even of hours. And that seems a little unbelievable, but it is. So that's way too much for any army of people to be monitoring. So yeah, they have to use systems and algorithms and stuff like that to run everything. And I think that's where it becomes more of a lottery. Like you're basically praying, hoping and praying that this algorithm will pick up your channel or your video. Like one of my videos could go viral and it get 2 million views overnight, and I basically would get a $2,000 paycheck next month. It's that simple. So it's kind of like trying to get lucky in a way, which is kind of unfair. There is a lot of nice channels that go completely unnoticed, and because they're drowned out, there's money involved. Billions of dollars is being exchanged between advertisers and content creators, where someone's trying to show you a new computer right now, or whatever it is, and when you go to click on the video, you watch a little ad. The person that made the video, they get a little bit of that. Google takes 45%, almost half, for providing the platform. And because that exists that way, it's people are constantly trying to game it. Obviously, everybody wants to ruin or sabotage websites or scam things, or it's a real weird vibe society has, kind of. A lot of people want to sue or just steal or scam, take the easy way out. And unfortunately, the people that aren't doing that, that are actually following all the rules, that's never cussed on their channel, they, following all the rules or whatever, they basically are, it's like, because I'm not misleading people with thumbnails and fake titles and or controversial things, I didn't go anywhere with my channel. And another thing is that I don't know, I feel like if they put me on the homepage for one day, like maybe they let me pick the video, like my best sculpting, what represents the channel the best. I think a lot of people would be like, wow, this is great. And I would get hundreds of, maybe thousands of subscribers overnight, of new people that would watch. But they're not going to just do that. I don't ask them. I never contacted. Well, when I lost partnership, I contacted them. I was like, hey, there was an issue. Willis is out there jumping around, waking up my wife. 65-pound dog thinks he's a cat. Probably playing with the cat. And I don't think it's a very accurate thing. The subscriber count, most channels, very rare do you see a channel, say they got 60,000 subscribers, they'll upload a video and get 60,000 views. That just ain't happening. It's unheard of. And I don't want to say it's like a fake number or whatever. I don't know how it happened, how I got these subscribers. But I absolutely don't have 80,000 subscribers. I got maybe 200. I think I got at least 200 people. You know, faces that I've seen, people that say something every now and then, maybe rarely or all the time. A couple hundred people. But I remember back in the day, every time they come out with a new feature, they would use this YouTuber called PewDiePie. They would use his channel as an example to demonstrate a new feature or to advertise a new feature. And they basically put that guy right on top to where he's getting 60,000 subscribers a day. And listen, I don't know. Man, Jesus himself could come back, walk on water, carrying just the most wonderful things in his hands and be like, I'm back. And also, I'm on YouTube. Will you subscribe to me? And at first, he would get massive subscribers, but it would eventually trickle off. This dude steady gets like 50,000 subscribers a day, and nobody. It's so unnatural. The amount of views he's getting every day is so unnatural. To me, it just proves that the algorithm is just a thing that's running rampant. It picks and chooses what it wants to do. Now, don't get me wrong. I've seen new people pop on YouTube with just this amazing content or idea and take off. I'll give you an example. Smooth McGroove. I think the dude's awesome. I would like to try doing videos like that one day. But he's a acapella. He hums to like Nintendo songs and stuff. And I watched him explode here on YouTube. It's just he's that good. His editing is crazy good. He's got like 9 videos running at one time. They're little, and in the middle will be like a piece of the video game, like Zelda or whatever he's humming. I don't know if any of y'all has heard that. Yes, I've heard it. I don't know if that's what you mean. There's a 30-second delay, but now I can come back and add just a little bit more of that I just removed. Just a little bit. Like this. Oh, I'm way over here. Can you see? See, we removed it by tooling it away, but so we know it's bonded to the sculpture for one thing, and we put it back because it needs it to a certain extent. It needs that crease right down here. That's looking really good. And then you can go back and do another one right next to it in a texture. This is texturing. When I go to do texturing, this is really not the curvy thing is probably not a good ideal texturing thing. This is sticking out abruptly up here, this top one. So I'm thinking I'm going to backfill that. Gosh, this all makes, I think it makes pretty good sense. It's how I understand sculpting, these ways that I'm showing you and doing. So if I take this on here, put that on right like that. Oh, by the way, nothing against PewDiePie. He's he's doing his thing. He's a good YouTuber, I guess. I've seen several of his videos. He when you get a really large channel and a large following, you would have drama happen. You got people trying to tear you down, haters, and stuff like that. I've seen him say crazy things and all. Like he once got on there and said, "I'm deleting my channel once it gets to such and such subscribers." And I'm like, "Yeah, right. You're not doing this." And he didn't. So I don't know. He just did his thing. You know what I mean? No reason to hate because someone else is making it. I think that's the worst thing on this planet. For someone to be like that. So this side of the snake, I'll go this way. Just tool this clay this way. And I'm really digging this little tool here, the curvy one. Do you see how that looks rough? Like a lot of dents and stuff? I don't know. Maybe. How well this is. I'm streaming in 1080p, not 4K, because my computer wants to take off like an airplane. This camera is 4K capable. So on my videos, which I don't make as often as I stream lately, I try to do them in 4K, but my viewing angle is reduced. What I can actually see. I'm going to double check this. Alright, it says that's in focus. I basically, this camera didn't come with a lens. I had to buy a lens separately, so I bought literally the cheapest thing that money could buy. That's what I'm rocking right now. And unfortunately, it doesn't have a very wide viewing angle. If I ever get on my feet, I'd like to explore other lenses, and I'm particularly interested in something that has wide viewing angles. So, because when I'm viewing in 4K, it's like way smaller. Here would be where am I at? The tool. So the top of the screen, it would cut about this much here, maybe right on here, and then down here, it's less. So I'd have to move the camera back further, which I suppose would be okay. I just thought about that. I'm learning how to use cameras still. I do a lot of stationary filming. I'm not running around in the backyard and all. And it's it's a learning experience still. Everything's self-taught. But what I was going to say is, some people use these raking tools. They're like rakes, and it makes like scratches on the clay. And for a while, I was curious on why they would use that. But now I kind of have an idea, or my own philosophy, anyways. Or if not, I don't know if they're considering this, but I found an advantage in it, just reflecting on it anyways. When it's rough like this, it's capturing light in different areas and all, and it's easier to see versus this smooth thing. That's kind of hard to see, believe it or not. So if you took, actually got something, here we are, little homemade tool. It's a wire brush with some epoxy sculpt. But if I were to take this and kind of just go and make it like that, and just rough like this, that's catching light, and it's got light and shadow everywhere, and it'd be easier to see. So I have a feeling that a lot of that, what they're doing when they do all that raking, it's just how they can achieve the new dimensions they're trying to do, like this right here, what I just built, but they can also see it easier because the way light does. more different surfaces to grab and play with that light. Tell me if I'm right or wrong or whatever. Or at least that's a kind of like an advantage that is not really thought about. Because I see people doing something a certain way, and I sometimes wonder, like, why? What? Not because I think it's wrong or whatever, just because I wonder. I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to understand what it is I'm seeing. So look how this looks. That looks awesome. It comes out right here like a bell, flares out, and then we got this knee. So the knee, it can have another. That's actually kind of wide. That could be sharper, to be honest. I don't know why. I just noticed that has like a little bit of a wide spoon almost on the end versus this sharper one right here. Kind of interesting. But you can come back and put texture in there like this. Look at that. And I like to paintbrush this stuff with softener. I'll get a brand new brush. Like, that's way overkill small. But if I put softener on this, maybe you could use it to go in and it would just take all the roughness out and the wrinkles will still be there. Or if they're washed out, you can reapply them. I have videos here and there where I'm doing that. But right now, I'm just trying to make sense of this. So I got a wrinkle coming like this maybe. And already I'm kind of deviating from what's up there. Do some wrinkles like this. It can be like just cutting into it or compressing it. Look how that looks. You're like, Tom, I have no other choice but to look at how that looks. I'm really, am I in focus? Or in the shot? Yep. We're doing good with this leg. And like I mentioned, I'm not going to do all these other legs live. Here in a minute, I'll actually stop this leg. I think you get an idea of the building process that went into these legs. I don't want it to be like, oh, Tom, you said you would document everything. I wanted to see all 4 legs. It's the same thing. I'll be doing, hopefully I remember everything. I'll look and I'll know what it is. It's my process. How would I not know what it is I'm doing? I'll do the same thing for these others. It's almost pretty similar. And a little wrinkling in the back and all. But sharper tools, like this is sharper than that other one, will do a lot better when it comes to doing these. Just kind of cut into that, then come back over here, maybe make another one. They can crisscross each other, be far apart on one end and bring it back over this way. We're doing just some wrinkles, maybe some compresses. Some can be deeper than others. Maybe do like this. Roll the tool. Rolling the tool like this is compressing the clay and will make it clean. It'll be like a clean wrinkle where it's not cut in there. And they don't have to be a ton of them together. See how these two are far apart? I'll do one like this. This is actually looking so freaking good. And this is sculpting for real. Like when you get to the good part, where you've built all the foundation of the clay, the canvas, you come back and you put the real stuff on. This is the realism right here. We're actually breaking away from that cartoon look. He's got a few wrinkles here and there. I'm just checking out the thing. You got some. Oh, hello. Thanks for stopping by, SD. Is that a dino from the? It is. It is. This is. Hello. I mean, look. Let's start. Let's tune them this way. Huh? Kind of. I mean, the positioning of the legs is. It's only a 2-dimensional image, so I have to figure out that on my. Ooh, I have coffee. Hold on. Coffee break. Let me take a sip. It's an inspiration for me. It's what I'm doing. I'm using that as like a guide, or I'm being inspired by the Good Dinosaur. Obviously, when I'm done, it's not going to look anything like it. So, I'm trying to find that tool I just had in my hand. Oh, I've done turned this all around. But yeah, and I'm kind of zoomed in, or yeah, am I zoomed in still? I am. I was just doing some wrinkles on this leg. Just trying to give an idea. I want to be able to show people what it is I'm doing. And even the kneecap itself can have these wrinkles that follow. Let's turn it this way. And actually, since I'm going to do a round type thing, this thing right here is awesome for this. If I go like this, start right here, and then compress it, and just do a circle like this, and over here, another circle, half. Don't make them connect. And maybe something like this in the middle, or another thing like this up here. Kind of following the roundness to this. Wow. I'm doing it! That actually went deep and roughed it up a little bit. Maybe right here on this side, it can be, see I have one right here and one right here. So, and they don't really come over here on the side. So I can come over here on the side and just do one that would be between those. Like right here, like this. Where it's not a part of this one or this one. You just stagger them. Cross hatching. Texturing can be as complicated as you want. It can be as simple as you want. But trying to achieve a specific thing, it can be challenging. I'm pretty good at, like, I know how to cross hatch for texturing, but the true trick is to the believability when a piece of skin or a finger moves, bends. Like, this is a pretty overly simplified example, but the way you're, like, even your palm, like these things right here, don't you be reading my palm now. I don't want it in my future. But it happens like when I bend it like this, or if I twist it, these cross hatches are from, like, maybe this folds or whatever. And it's sweaty. You just got to see my sweaty palm. It's it's easy to texture skin that looks like skin. I think it's hard to make it believable that the animal moves that way. Like, even right here, we have a lot of wrinkles texturing going on right here, but when I use the softener, it'll soften it up and I'll lose a lot of that, and I'll come back and redo some of them. But this little guy down here, this wrinkle, is hasn't been really tooled on, like down here at the bottom. It'll pretty much the same way I've been doing all of this. It's and then of course right here along this way we'll do some. And let me do the toenails. I'll do a few toenails right here, and then we'll call this a leg. Gosh, it looks so good. I mean, it's something. It looks better than it did before I started, I guess. So to do toenails, here's where it can be tricky. You gotta find certain tools. Gosh, this is almost It's a little a tool fell out. I put a little epoxy sculpt handle on it. It might, if I bend it. That's almost what I'm actually looking for. Let me look. I really want to do the toes. Try to get them started for you. I'm looking at all these tools, and sometimes they all look the same. Okay. So I'm noticing he's got four toes. So what we do some simple mapping. We'll call this the center. That looks like I'm in focus. Sorry, I'm just checking focus. Here, you gotta be careful because how you put these toenails on will kind of determine the orientation of his foot. So it could be slightly pointing in this way. Just looking at it, like look at the position of this. If you just look at this foot, because of the shape of it, the armature underneath it, I didn't sand nothing, and I just kind of covered it with clay, so I'm getting this unique deviation from the thing that I'm definitely not copying, because that's against the law. Please, Pixar, don't sue me. That's been an issue here lately. I mean, you got Nintendo going after everybody because they use the craziest. I don't know. Everybody owns whatever. Everybody's like, this is mine, mine, and you can't do anything with it. It's a weird world. You have to be careful. I'm not copying the Good Dinosaur. It'll be different. I promise. Anyhow, um, if I want to, if I'm looking at this, it looks like this would be the center right here. I'm trying to show you on camera instead of just like straight out, because the shape of this bell thing right here is what I'm saying. It kind of looks like it's slightly turned in. So that's what I'll do. So I'll call this the center. I'll just put a line there for now. A gentle one. Just to look at it. Yeah, I like that. And there's a space. That's actually the space in between two toes. So, but I'm trying to map it out right now. So they're rather big. So we'll say like this could be the space in between that toe and this toe, which is one, and then right here would be two. He's got four. So basically adding these lines will show me where I'm going to build this stuff. One, and then two, right here. Once I got that, like I know where these centers are, I could have got really crazy and nerdy and broke out the ruler and be like, all right, this is 7 millimeter. It ain't that. It's not a rocket. I'm not going to go to Mars on this dragon or dinosaur, turkey, whatever it is. I'm just, it's not that. Man, I really want to use this thing. Okay, I'm not using that. I'll use this. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. So this is the center, which I can kind of get rid of that maybe later. So just to the left of that, because there's got to be a gap between these toes, I'll compress it like this. First, let's just draw it. All right, we are definitely zoomed. We're zoomed in pretty good, so I'm showing some toes. Okay. I'm just showing how I'm going about doing this. I'm drawing it with this tool first. Try not to push too deep or whatever. And they're kind of big. Like I can tell you right now, I wanted that to be just a little bit bigger. You do too probably. So I can just come back and make it bigger. It almost corrects itself. Because we're not really tooling the toe yet anyways. I'll do a lot of compressing and stuff. We're just trying to find where they are first. Okay. And then we'll do one right next to it, leaving a space in between, obviously. So, please tell me that's focused. It's a little shadowy. I got lights everywhere. It's hot in here. Leaving a decent space in between, I will draw the next toe. Now I'm using this is the angle. I'm using the back side of the angle versus, because I can't really get, not only is it like a domed, a concave, a convex, that's that exterior circle. So this would be good for that. Just the angle. I don't know. I'm just holding something in my hand that I feel like I can make the shape of this toe. And right now we're drawing it, because I'll come back and do it a little bit better. Is that too much of a gap? Maybe. So to fix that, let's just, which one of these are they pretty much the same? So let me just add a little bit to this toe. I'll take a little bit from that in the middle away, adding to maybe a little bit right here. It once you get the positioning everything where you like it, then you can go back and do whatever kind of compressing. It almost looked like it's done right now. Anyways, so this was that's the right side of the foot, and this is the center, dead center. So this is the left side. Remember, we're doing slightly inward. And because I had that issue where I had too much of a gap, I'm taking that into account. Gosh, this looks so good. It's so fun. I'm having so much fun right now. Well, your Bob Ross voice has relaxed me enough that I'm falling asleep. I had to come back and finish this slide later. Thanks for sculpting and listening. Good night. Thank you for hanging out with me and chatting with me too. I appreciate it. And yes, these videos will always be here unless for some reason I have to take them down. Do some incorrect or whatever. You can always catch up on it later. I thank you for hanging out with me, and it was fun talking and all. And I enjoy sharing the journey with you. Catch you next time, hopefully. Under the random, these streams are random, and I will eventually find my pattern, a schedule that everybody can follow. Maybe it'll really start taking off then, but I haven't quite arrived to that. I'm not that developed yet. I've just returned and I'm trying to get my bearings and stuff. But thank you. Look how nice that looks. It's toeses. Well, I'm looking at the preview up there on the screen. This one's short. So it's kind of cool. It's easy. You just grab more clay and pull it down. It changes the height. A little at a time. Because it's easy to do this, but undoing it's difficult. So, and maybe a little more over here will increase the arch. We'll get more height by increasing the arch, or making it more archy instead of flat. That actually looks good. Oops. This is actually finishing the toe. Oh, I don't know if I said it or not. If you're still here, thank you for hanging out and watching, and have a good night. I just meant to say have a good night and stuff. I want to seem like I care. I just I get into this. It's it's almost surreal to me, sculpting. It's like I'm living another life or performing some kind of magic that's mesmerizing, and I can get like lost and absorbed myself, not just you guys. So I don't mean to ever not say thank you or hi or whatever. Also, I'm socially awkward and stuff as well. But look how cool this is looking. That now it's giving me like realistic looking toenails, but the area in between them is now becoming just this. It's still the same. Like it doesn't look right. So I'll do some gentle working with that. We'll see what we can do with that. This area right here, I mean. But right now I'm going back and I'm finally fine tuning the outline. You see how that just did? It made it like a decent height. I'm trying to make them all the same height. I can do every one of them just one at a time. Come back and good steady presses, maybe a little firmer than before. And then I just grabbed a slight bit of clay just now. A slight bit. Once again, to change the height. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And then, gosh, that looks so good. This tool rocks for this, actually. It's just a flat spatula that's curved a little, rounded. Using the backside of it is perfect for this. I hereby certify this tool for toenail. And of course, you can come back a little bit inward, make sure your angle is okay, and reduce the angles and stuff, make it more of a bulbous, like a ball shape. Looking at that one, sometimes looking at the preview up on the TV or on the camera will help me see it at a different perspective. This one's a little short, so I'm going to go a little bit higher, like that. Nice. That's super nice. Look at them freaking nice toes. So nice. So, okay, so like the areas in between now, these are just stamped toes. I stamped them. And that basically, you can tell that they're just stamped. You should never be able to tell what it is you did to make something look what it is. Like, okay, if you made something look like these toes, right now it just looks like I stamped these, and these are just left alone. They're unsculpted. So maybe I can do something with these too. And what I'm thinking is I can gently take the corners off of that, like this, real softly, I can still make sure my line is there, like that. But super carefully, just take some of that, like on the top side I can leave it, maybe. But just to where it doesn't look like it's the protruding original surface. Soften up the corners. They make it to where it doesn't have corners, rather. Like this. And it looks like I'm just kind of striking the clay gently, just almost like I'm paintbrushing it. And I could probably take this and go inward at the bottom like this and move that in, but leave the toe areas alone. That too will make it look more believable. Look at that. It's so minute. We're talking about like just getting super picky, I guess. Picky. I'm messing with toes and I said picky. I'm picking the toes, messing with the jam. Sometimes I say puns and I don't even realize it. Like, I honest to God didn't realize I made a pun. I'll give you an example. I was making my three-headed dragon and I was in the middle of making the wings and I'm like, I can't wait to get these wings built. It's really dragging me down. But I didn't really even realize that I had made a pun. Or no, I said I don't know how to make wings. I'm just winging it and stuff like that. Like, I'm not trying to be annoying with puns. I just sometimes I don't realize it. Like some shows and stuff, they would always do it, and it could be cheesy, especially if it's not pulled off very well. Okay, look at that. You see that, right? Um, I was gonna get brave, cause I feel brave right now. Right? You see what I'm thinking, right? I was thinking about taking a piece of the white, like this. Ooh, where'd it go? It's still on my finger. It's already dirty. I don't want to keep it on there, but I'm wondering if I can just put a piece on there so you can see this better. I'm gonna paint this. I'll paint these toes, okay? But look. Oop, it's a little too sharp. It's a little too sharp, so let's touch right here. And then place it right here. Right? And then you would take that same tool. Gosh, I want to do it. Ah, I immediately put a green piece on there. Look at that. Saw how I moved that around? It's like I've been doing this forever, but I haven't. And I had 2 cups of coffee. I'm like on top of the world right now. I got my people watching, having a good time. So this is colored clay. It's white cause clay. And I think this would be like a lot of work putting these on like this. But I would basically compress this down in there and achieve the new depth and all. But you can see the toe. You can see the toe now. Anyways, I only did this so you can see. Do you see that? I don't want to. I don't want to tool it on because it won't come off no more. But there's a white toe there. It's kind of how it will look. Let's see if I can Nice. Got a little white trash down there. That sounded weird. It's white clay and it's down there where it's not supposed to be. I'm not trying to offend anybody with weird slangs, and maybe I can clean it off a little bit. Not really. There, that's good enough. I'm gonna paint those with acrylic. It'll be better for me to do that. I can just fix that where I scraped it. But that's totally an option. You could put the thing is it's super thick, and it's messy. This is messy. My fingers are messy. Just checking the comments. How long have we been streaming? Oh, 3 hours, right? That's usually my cutoff point. Look at this foot. This whole leg right here. I mean, you're zoomed in like super much. Hold on, let me back out. It looks so good. I mean, it needs more done to it, but you're getting the idea of how I'm creating different wrinkles, different folds, like up here. A wrinkle before this thing hanging, and of course, pressing down on it, you can reduce the the volume of the wrinkle or whatever, so to speak. But that is enough for a leg. Just pretend I did this on all 4 legs. It's the same. It's going to be exactly the same for all of these legs. Put this to the side, and let's take a look at this thing. This is the head. It's going to be the head, and it's kind of a squarish look with rounded, softened corners, because that's how he kind of looks like in the image on the screen. I also have this other one where I don't like to waste epoxy sculpt, so I just had this little piece of foil, and I put this on here too. To be honest, this has a good look for a dinosaur too, or a turtle, or whatever, but it kind of lopsided out. It sticks out over here, which that could be sanded down. You want to hone this and make it look somewhat better, but it does kind of bust out over here on the side a little bit. It's a little lopsided. I'm looking at it right now, but it's perforated, so you cut with a knife. Perforating it better helps. I made sure I did this one really good. But this actually has a good shape to it. Probably more realistic than this. But this is a cartoon. This could be more closer to a real one. It's just a different look. It's not opened yet, you know what I mean? So this could be a baby piranha plant or something. Or a little snake. It could be anything. There is something that I need to do to this. If you look at the image, there he is again. Look at these there's big holes here where the nose is, the nostrils. Ooh, my thumb's on it. The nostrils are right here. So in order to achieve enough depth to make it look like there's nostril holes, I would have to build the clay out more on the exterior. Like if I did a full thickness sheet like this, then it would be, oop, there's a hair there. That would be plenty thick enough to come back and do if I made it stick, I'm not working that on there right now, then I can come back with a tool, like say, I don't know, just pick one. Just something like this, maybe this thing, this dull needle thing that I had, this, then I would come back and I would be able to stab it like this, because I have the depth to work with that, and then I would tool it like this. But the problem with that is I'm adding so much more, unless I built out just the front of it a little bit more. It's just making it overall bigger, even bigger. I mean, that might be not too bad. At any rate, just in case I want this to be tighter and less clay on there, I'm just going to drill 2 holes. Because it seems like I'm doing something technical, and I like to drill things, and I like to explore ideas. And I got the drill already plugged in and the bit already in there. Because I thought ahead. So here it is. My little DeWalt electric corded drill that I've had all my adult life. It's irrelevant. Find front and back to this. You see, this went like this, or did it go like this? It definitely went like this. Okay. Now, which looks better for the front and back? I do believe this side has more of a square. It's larger for the top. This is a better front than this. This one leans a little bit. Leans that way. Maybe you don't see it. This one looks better. It's cleaner. It's been honed and sanded better on this end, and it has just more a thickness right here. So I just kind of look at the drawing up there, and I'm gonna find the nostrils. It looks like right here and right here. I give myself a little, I can wipe these off, sand them off, and start again, but it's almost like a little face. I just made a little face. Hi. It's getting late. Okay, stay with it. Stay focused. Yes, I cannot see a face now. It's a totally cute little face. Goodness, I'm trying to do something here. Stay with it. What I'm trying to figure out, is this a good position for the nostrils? Here we are. See it? It can go a little wider. It's not really much to go on that two-dimensional image. Flat paper. It's a 3D image on a two-dimensional object that I'm trying to figure out. And the only reason I'm fussing about it right now is because you're going to only drill once. So if I draw on the outside of this to make them appear a little further apart, I can just add to the circle and leave this side alone. You're kind of seeing that, right? It helps to draw them first. That way I can kind of look at it and see, are they too far apart? Are they just right? Is it a cute little face? And how about like this? Is it balanced? Is one higher than the other? I think so. It just doesn't hurt to kind of get a good look what's going on first. Measure once, or measure twice, cut once. You know the whole philosophy. It's kind of what I'm doing here. That looks good like this. It's balanced. You don't got one higher than the other. Maybe he had a big booger when he was little and his nostril flared out. You don't want it to look weird, okay? And like this, is it balanced? I'll hold it right on so you can see. That looks pretty good. But is the width okay? I'll look at this one last time and I'll make a decision. Because we're not getting younger here, are we? The night's not getting younger. Alright, we'll go with this. So, maybe to help pilot, a pilot hole might help me if I can pull it off. Oh, you know what? You know what? Very carefully, because I am on aspirin, I'll just go like this. In the center of that. Brush it off. Pretty centered. You see the white spot is where it hit. So I'll try to do the same over here. Right here. It's a final adjustment too. Stick them right in the eyes and not my finger. This is so scary. Sculpting's so dangerous. Be careful with sharp things. I'm not pushing very hard. This is dangerous probably. And I don't mean to show anything that could be harmful to anybody. Those should act as a pilot for this tip right here. And we will see what can happen. Not backwards. I just felt it hit that pilot. I wasn't even considering the fact that I could not protrude the whole thing. Just give it like a dimple when I actually go to make it. When I put the sheet over it, it'll show the dimple, and I can maybe build out around it. Or do I want it to be a hole? Because I'm going to have clay on the inside. I will probably go a little deeper. Like go through it. Or just barely. I think what it is I reinforced it with extra clay. It's a little thicker in the front. Slowly but surely, because you can drill, but you can't put it back as easily. So it just kind of goes slow. So you see how this looks, right? Keep in mind, this is more like, this is the thickness that I'll probably be using. It's setting 5. So when I put this on here, it'll reveal that like almost right away. You see how it's making that hole right there? So between the thickness of this clay and the depth of that, I could probably pull it off and make it look like a nostril. And look, I made an impression in the back with that, where I just stuck that. If not, however, if it needs to go in there a little more, because the way this works, I'll have this backfilled with clay on the inside. I'll build a roof, all gum and stuff, and it'll be like wrinkles and texture and stuff in there. So it'll be something that I can actually poke into. I can technically just go all the way through it. And I don't think it would hurt anything. But so I have 2 options: go all the way through it and not have anything to stop me while I'm actually in the middle of all the sculpting, or it be too shallow and have to drill in later after fact if I need to make it look a certain way. So it's really a choice. A, B, left, right. In the meantime, while I'm figuring that choice out, I will get the other one started. I'll find the pilot hole. Drilling slow. Oops. Alright, that went all the way through, which is fine. Or it started anyways. I'm going to go a little deeper with this one too, obviously. Alright, you know what? We're just going through kind of what I was thinking about doing anyways. Cool. It only took 9 hours. Sorry. And I made a mess. Hard epoxy sculpt is not what you want around clay because it'll get stuck in there and all. But look. Noses, nostrils. Gosh, I wish this one was over just a little bit more. Or is that fine? It's fine. We'll make this work. But now I gotta get this out. Sometimes this can be like difficult. It's foil with electric tape around it. Should be masking tape. Don't be using electric tape for anything, please. I may have to surgically cut my finger. Kidding. Bad joke. Be careful. Don't cut towards yourself ever. I care about your safety and well-being, believe it or not. I could have already had this like out off camera, but why not do it with you? You know what I mean? So I opened that up. You can see the foil inside, and then I can just try not to break anything. That would be I would call it a night if I broke this shell and make another one. It kind of wraps, so I'm worried that pulling it out will cause too much stress. Oh goodness gracious, I just scared myself. I'm actually super nervous about sharp objects because I'm on baby aspirin, and I cut my finger grabbing grass out working weed eating and stuff in the yard, and it bled so bad. I'm like, oh my gosh, if I get a serious cut, I'm doomed. And that's just a baby aspirin. But I need to thin my blood out because of my current predicament with my leg and my arteries and stuff. Which Monday I find out, I get the imaging. I'm gonna let everybody know what the doctor said, because I done did a fundraiser for my deductible and everything, and I brought everybody in with that. So I think it's only fitting to kind of let them know. I'll let you know if I'm dying or not, or if it was nothing. It's obviously not nothing because it keeps coming back if I overdo my. There we go. Yay. I was trying to be careful with that. I'll sweep and vacuum later. So here is the shell, right? 10 hours later. There's the nostril. It's see-through. See the black? Here's the bottom. Here's the bottom. So it opens up like this. Hi! Hi! I'm a dinosaur. Something like that. So we can start building this. This is the bottom where there'll be teeth on both of these. So let's do that. I can maybe raise this up a little bit. We're not looking at the dinosaur anymore. We are looking at the table, pretty much. Something like that. Gosh, I'm having such a good time. And usually I'll stop at 3 hours. So I might just do a little bit with this. I just kind of want to keep going, having a good time. I saw 8 people on here at one time, and I so needed to see that because, trust me, trust me. Thank you for everybody. Everybody's awkward. Anyways, this is some really really soft. This other cos clay I received. It's super soft material. I'm going to take it out of there right now. And I'll put this other stuff in there. but it's actually a doll making material. This is like fairy light or whatever. It's just so soft in the package, and I don't want it. I'm not actually going to use that for the gums. I'm using the beige sculpting compound, which it's right here. This is what I'll use to fill that with. It's the beige sculpting compound with a little bit of this mixed in, which is super, super mushy. Way, way too soft for what I'm needing. It's an advantage on other aspects, you know, it depends on what you're doing and how you use your mind. But I also mix some TLS into it as well to give the tack. It's got a little bit of tack, gives a little bit of strength. Try to get some of that out. And I can bring this lamp over and up and over, maybe like that. How about over here? I got 6 bulbs above me in this Blue Max lighting over here. It's beautiful. I love really good lighting, but it's not necessarily ideal for camera, for filming and stuff. You're supposed to actually have shadow and stuff. See how this looks? It's like super bright, hardly any shadows. Well, underneath here, but watch this. Do you see how this creates more shadow and stuff, and it's just different? You might even say that's better. Depending on what it is you're trying to see and what you're trying to do. I'll leave it on. Almost looks washed out. Let me know what you think about that, the difference. I'm not digging that out. That's that soft stuff. It's fine. But it's kind of deep here. If I could go back and redo this, I would perforate it just a little. It's a little unbalanced. Like this should be a little bit bigger. Does that make sense? Like the line should be moved that way a little bit more. But that's okay. I'll work with it. So this is cool. This is a cool part. I like doing this part when making these things. I got this clay, and it already looks like I'm in focus. What a great camera angle. Move this over here. I mean, it's almost like if the camera was a bird, it'd be like a parrot on my shoulder. It's the same thing. I'm going to get a little bit of a condition on this. Also, I'm cleaning my thumbs and fingers from trash and debris. It's going onto the clay and being absorbed inside it. So it's kind of, not only am I getting it softer and more workable, I'm doing that as well. So now I want a flat, I'll start with a flat piece. Somewhat flat. Maybe I can go like this. It don't have to be like science or whatever. There's going to be stuff that goes on top of it anyways. Just for the sake of having a pattern or a system. And then I get it off of here. Like I said, it's got good tack. And I'm going to stick it in there like this. I'll just bend it. And I'm working it down in there. Seems fairly simple. Whoop, you know what? Well, there's TLS in this. Just to be... Listen, I'm a believer that you use the TLS to adhere baked clay or unbaked clay to baked clay, or two baked pieces can be glued together, or even when working with raw pieces, some people would put a layer of this between raw pieces. That way you know it stays attached. But I just put a drop of TLS in here. It's basically liquid polymer clay. It's like a glue. It's just going to be just that much better. It's not like this is going to pop out or do anything weird, but it's a habit that I try to stay in. But I'm pushing this in and I'm trying to work it in the corners where there's no air. Right here is real easy. That releases the air where that nostril is. Those nostrils. And something cool, because I just did this a totally different way than I'm normally used to, I'll fix this hanging over somewhat. Push it down to the, I'm trying to make it even, where it's not too big or little, whatever. And I'll just fold it over. This TLS, for the bonding to work, you need like a film. It's literally, like, it's way too much right here. It doesn't need to be that much. But just a film of it is all, a thin layer, super thin layer. I got a little bit on the lid that I can grab. Some people would argue this is not a necessary step, and you're right. Some people are like, no, I do that too, and you're right as well. What's going on there is everybody has their own way of doing things, and there's more than one way to make a mouth. So I'm going to take this and fold this over like that, gently. This is very interesting. This is different than what I'm deviating from the way I normally do it, which can be disastrous sometimes, but in this case, no, it's not. It's not going to bother anything. It's not hurting anything. Now from here, I'm just going to pull it off like that, and it tapers automatically. Do you see how that did? It's pretty nice. Don't want big globs and unevenness on this, because when I put the green on the outside of that, it's going to show. So this is kind of shaping everything. So I just tore that right here. It did something weird. Oh, it's an air pocket within the clay. So I'll just move that around a little bit. Voila, it's okay. Continue to go around, pulling the excess off and creating the taper all in one shot. Bam, just like that. Some people are going to be like, oh my God, Tom, a 4-hour stream? But you know, it's really not that bad. You can watch it in little stretches. And the people that are actually hanging out live, like, imagine your favorite TV show that just went on for 4 hours. Me and my wife just rewatched The Orville. We've seen it before, and I absolutely love that. And to be honest, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or whatever per episode, some of them are so good, I could just watch it forever. That's because I'm a fan of the show. And I have to, sometimes I try to put myself, I think of that way with y'all. I may think that I'm ridiculous or that I don't do good work or whatever, but some of you genuinely like what I do, or maybe it's my character you like, and you could totally appreciate a longer session or hangout with me or polymer clay artists, however you want to look at it. And it's super awkward even talking like that. I'm a very selfless person, and But I try to every time it reminds me every time I watch something on TV that I'm really really loving. Anytime I'm consuming content, whether if it's streaming or um, a DVD or something I already own or something like that, I I actually think about y'all. I think about YouTube and stuff, and usually it's during times when I'm abandoned the show or the channel for reasons that I struggle with or whatever, like depression or autism or something could set me back. Look how dirty that is. I'm just gonna lay that over there. But it'll kind of remind me, I'm like, wow, I'm enjoying this so much, and I bet you some of them people miss the projects and stuff, and it reminds me. I can't watch a good television show without remembering what I do here. It's probably weird saying that like that, but it's true. So here's this new thing I have. It's basically a sheet of clay that's in there, and it's wrapped around and I formed gums all in one shot. But this is too deep, too um, too much of a concave. Ooh, you know what? I wasn't thinking. This needs to be. I gotta trim this. You know what? That was supposed to be something I was supposed to do while this was when it was in a shell like this. When I perforated it, I don't know if this is backwards or I think it's like this. I did that piece of clay, but I perforated it right here so I can get it apart easy. I was supposed to draw an oval back here too, because it's gonna have a tongue that's gonna bite down on. This tongue, look, the tongue will go. I'll slide that on here. I'll cut it open and I'll slide that on there, and this will basically, oops, it'll bite. I'll squeeze it down on this excess clay, and the tongue will be in there like that. But now there's no, that's the front of it right here. But in the back, it's okay. I gotta do something really quick. I say really quick, but we'll see just how quick. I'm gonna put that clay on there too. Darn. So, I'm going to take the clay off in just the immediate area, just for the sake of being clean. I could put another piece back. This clay is highly workable and sculptable. It's agreeable. And then I will, besides it, I came across a problem. This is a real world, real time thing I forgot, and I'm going to try to fix it right now. Basically, I'm going to bust this up, try to take some of the, because it completely closes and it doesn't leave an area for this shape right here. It needs to be some kind of oval. So you see my focus? You see what I'm doing? Oh wow. Oh wow, somebody just joined? You know, I always wondered what that would look like if someone did it while live. Thank you so much for wow. Thank you for becoming part of the elephant family. In 30 days, your little icon will turn green. I have the channel trailer. Oh my, wow, totally unexpected, and thank you for the extra layer of support. Welcome to the family. I'll have to maybe celebrate or something. I feel like I could celebrate on that. It's been almost 2 months and I haven't got nobody has bothered to join. And I don't feel like it's a whole very expensive amount of money, but I know how things are. I'm in the position right now where I can't afford anything. So I understand that people can't do it. Just watching the videos and being a part of the channel is good enough. I don't want people feeling like, but I don't want to pressure people into doing it. So I hope you genuinely thank you. I am super awkward, and oh gosh. Wow. I wasn't really expecting that. I gotta. Okay. Thank you. I don't really know what to say. Um. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Okay, so. Uh. Goodness. I'm a wreck. I feel like an idiot. I can't just be normal. Anyways, so carrying on, I'm gonna score this like this. And I'm not really applying pressure. They can be super dangerous using sharp tools. See how that looks? It's kind of hard to see. But a couple little scoring. Oops. The idea is that I can score it decent enough and then maybe break it. A couple little moves like this. I don't know if you feel like chatting. Chris Ray? Ray? Am I pronouncing that okay? I don't know if you were previously a subscriber, if you just found this channel, but that's super awesome. I thank you for doing that. I'm supposed to talk about it and mention it and all, and it feels so awkward doing that because I feel like I'm just trying to pressure people into doing it. I want it to be genuine. I want people to help me because they want to help me, not because I'm making them feel bad or sorry or whatever. But gosh, I'm so thankful for what you just did. Let's see if I can't get lucky. Yes. That worked out quite well, to be honest. And then I'll clean it out. Can't wait to tell my wife. I'm supposed to make dedicated members videos and stuff. I haven't figured out that part of it yet. I do have a thank you video for joining, and I think one video with me and some chickens. But I'm open for suggestions and ideas on how I can make it more of a thing, you know? It probably would have been better to draw a line on this. That way I have like a guide. And I'm not over cutting or following it, a certain pattern. Alright, so now I have this a little bit more right here. Epoxy sculpt is fully toolable, carvable, as you can see. I'm just doing little shaves. I wanted to bring it over more on the side there. I'm using controlled movements, using my thumb as a shield guide. There. And I got to do this other side too. First find out this is the front, that's the front, this is the back. Do you see already it has this opening to where it can kind of encompass. I'm going to put clay there too. If it's completely sealed in, completely flat line, it's going to be difficult when plus opening it like this. So since I just mentioned drawing a line would probably be better, how about I do what I say and I'll draw where I want this to be notched. A visual guide for both parts of this I can wow, it's just I'm having such a great time doing this. I always question myself, why do I wait so long before getting back on? Because I have such a great time, and the night's going so well, and I look up and I see 8 people at one time, which is great for me because the last couple streams I had 1 to 3 people watching, and it's not helping me with getting watch time and stuff. When I first started doing this, I was building a spider, and I think it was just more interesting, the spider. Did I draw a line on that? Must have wiped it away. I could have swore I drew a line on this. And then that happens. It's just super awesome. See what we got here. You always break it away. Don't go this way. Go away from the curve. The scoring usually will help. That worked out really, really well. I don't even think I need to clean that. Having cured epoxy sculpt everywhere is not good. It gets in the clay. Why not get a hard piece when you're sculpting or sanding? It'll be a white piece revealed. So let's put these back together. Now, do you see how I have this opening? Do you see how this can it can be smashed onto that? Awesome. A little detour. I had to stop and do that really quick. I'd hate to do all of this work and put these teeth in and stuff, and then come back and then be like, oh, what the heck? I done roughed it up so much handling it. I smashed that clay so much. It wasn't really hard to do that. I could probably start that again too, but I'm not. I'm gonna get this excess. I'm just cutting it away like this. Off. Just for the purpose of having a surface that's kosher. It flows from when I put the skin on here. That goes straight to the floor. I'll sweep it up later. It's dirty. Okay. I can also run a piece through there on the thinnest setting and clean it up. Put a piece on there that's fresh. I don't think I need to. This looks pretty good. And it'll flow okay when I put the teeth in there. I'll put another a piece around it anyways where the gum is. So let me roll out a little snake. Like this. Just giving myself a little bit more clay to embed the teeth. And this needs to be long enough to go all the way around that thing. Let's see what that does. It's a little bit longer. It's hard to judge this. Just loosely put it on there and then bring it around and nope. Add a little piece of clay. I feel a little awkward. I'm always awkward. See, this goes all the way around now. It does. And adding that TLS, the liquid sculpey, has created a really, really good tack. It bonds pretty well. But we'll call this an extra amount of clay. And I know it changes the size of the head too, because it was this thing, a piece that fit on. There'll be another one on the other piece too. So it's making it a little bit bigger. That's something that I should have taken into consideration. I just wing whatever it is I'm doing, and how it turns out is how it turns out. A lot of times it looks okay, it looks nice, you know? So I'm going to tool this on really quick with a tool of some sort. Maybe this guy right here. And make sure there's no epoxy sculpt anywhere or on it. And I'm just going to grab that snake that I just put on there. I'm going to bring it to the body, or the rest of the head. Because I don't want it to look like a gum, like a snake was laid there. Remember? Try to use shapes to achieve what you're trying to do, but then find a way to break away from the shape you just used to where it doesn't, not everybody else that's looking at it sees the same shapes and stuff. It's like a magician. I guess there's no such thing as magic. I mean, if you want to be real, I guess maybe there is. I don't know. What am I to say? But to make, for the sake of argument, if we all agree that there's no such thing as magic from the start, and they go and they perform something, they're using a trick to do that, which is something they developed, right? But then they are going to create an illusion to make it look like no trick was involved, like sleight of hand or hiding something in their sleeve. So that might be a good analogy for what I'm doing. I use shapes to build something, and then I figure out a way to make it look like those shapes are more natural for the animal or the item or whatever it is I'm trying to make. See, we know this is a snake that I just put on there. Unless it needs to look like that, it almost never would. You gotta figure out a way to make it not look like that. And for me, it's this. Just drag the outside around to where it meets the other stuff. I've got plenty of tack on there. I added the TLS to this. I keep mentioning that. It's just, it's a fact. It's something I have done. And the reason I've done that is because this is very old clay. It's actually the Kickstarter clay, for anybody just tuning in or whatnot. It's not bad clay. Polymer clay typically will last forever. You just may need to do some kind of conditioning or restoring by adding softener. Usually that's what you use as softener. Once I go all the way around, this is going to be the fun part. I could technically start putting teeth on, but I want to do something on the inside first. And this roughness right here, it can be paintbrushed, or I can even take my thumb, do a gentle number like that. Just where it's bulged out, trying to stay consistent. I just did that on the other side. I'll take that excess off. See over here, it doesn't look like I have any seam, but over here it does. It's where it's not a deal breaker, because what's going to happen is there's the green clay will come back over it like this, and it'll wrap, so to speak. And depending on how aggressive you can have it, where it really pulls back and you can have a lot of gum line. If you make sure this clay comes around, you can have like big sharp teeth coming out. Or it could be not a big gum line to where it's not so aggressive. All depending on how you want to do it. I'm not going to let this little shallow area bother me too much. But what if you needed to fix it? You might wonder. You just take a tool and gently go like this, and it'll disappear. It's filling in there. And it just needs to not have big huge bumps and stuff, so it'll lay flat when I put that other sheet on there. But we'll go with that for now. I'm not going to tool the inside. Well, usually I do. I do the same thing with this curvy rounded one. Where did he go? It's right here. This is perfect for this type of. So you can see this. It's pretty in focus right here. Seems to be the focus. I'll just come in here and picking the same level all the way across, drag this down and try to make it to where I'm basically just it's bonding to the other thing, and we ain't gonna worry about how it looks inside the mouth because I'm gonna fix to add some other stuff in there too. This is reinforcing it. Like you would never really grab on this and pull and tear and try to test the durability of it. But you know, who's to say when I'm working the teeth in there and all that it wants to roll around. I'm just bonded on both sides of this snake. And maybe we will be able to see inside the mouth. It could be critiqued that way. But picking the same height every time and dragging it down like this will give it a uniform look. I'm like on top of the world right now. I really am enjoying myself. Sculpting is therapeutic. Absolutely. Won't worry too much with how that looks inside there, but maybe we can, just for the sake of trying to figure it out. How do I fix this? I'm using this curved. It actually matches the, it's perfect for this. You can easily find something like this tool like this at a flea market. And we know there's a wall there to strike up against. We just don't want to go way out here because it's a snake that's riding on top of it. If you remember, moments ago I put this on here. Okay, for the fun part. Well, almost. The teeth to me is the fun part, but this part's kind of important too. What I do? I make sure that epoxy sculpt is nowhere to be found, and I'll probably build half it, put the teeth on and everything, and I'll call it a night, and I'll continue with another stream, just where I left off, and we'll keep building this thing. But you take little balls of clay like this, roughly the same amount would be helpful. This is kind of cool. If you ever looked inside like a cat's mouth or a dog's mouth, the roof, they got these ridges that go. And how I figured out how to do this, so that may be too much clay, is you do like a teardrop that's sharp, like this. Just do a few of those. Abrupt, not very long, just abrupt, meaning not a long dragged out thing where it's shorter and stubbier. Just do it. It can even be like this. You can vary them a little, maybe. But typically just how they are, like this. And you don't need, well, we don't know yet. Let me redo that one. Because if I need to, I can cut them off. And that was dumb. I basically just put dirt all over that from my palms. So let me grab another piece. Really quick. Well, it wasn't dumb, it's just, normally you're probably not filming something on YouTube and you're just sitting at home sculpting. So you have plenty of time to go wash your hand in between stages of different things you're doing, which is a really good practice. But me, I'm just kind of like running with this and trying to not take forever, I guess. It's different when you're creating content. You have a camera that needs to have a good view, an audience that are trying to watch, and you yourself are trying to see what's going on as well. So that can be a little tricky. So looking in here, if I put this in like this, I'll just see what's going on here, okay? It may be too thick or whatever. It's actually too deep. It's still too deep. So I'll take some of this junky stuff. Well, it's not junk, it's just dirty. And we'll make a shape that's kind of like this thing that I'm working. So we'll go with that, right? Put that right here. And we're going to lose some of this depth. It don't need to be like that deep anyways. I'll push out with my finger. It's definitely bonded on there. This clay is super tack. Got some good tack to it. That'll help immensely. Now it's a little shallower. So then we come back with this thing. And right about here to right about there. Let's just set that there, okay? Because I'm still trying to figure this out. And then this side, I'll reverse it. I'll go over here. It'll be thicker over here and thinner over there. And then reverse it again. See, it's almost like it's just too thick. But let me just see if I can. I want to lay them in here because I can make these again and just try it again. But the idea is that I'm making ridges and I'm changing the clay. I'm fast tracking some texturing, basically. Which doesn't necessarily mean I'm trying to cut corners. I'm just trying to achieve something by building with shapes, which has been my philosophy all along. But see how that's kind of looking? You got ridges going on in there. I know this is sticking out and it's large. I'll see what I can do with that. Let's see. Already feeling like it's gonna be good anyways. I get lucky a lot with sculpting. Or it'll go wrong. But it probably should have been something like this, like a smaller, calmer little piece. Put this in here like that. And already we're like in the back. So we're not even going to see this back here. So we'll just backfill that with a couple pieces of clay. Something like this. Okay, got clay in there now. Push it this way and this way. Now for the clay that's hanging over, let's see what we can do. If can you see that? It's a good angle. It's in focus. I'm going to take this tool and I'm going to cut like this and curve it. See if I can't get that to sever it without messing up the gum line too much. Now, this could be sculpted. Like you could go and do like sculpt this instead. Put the clay in there and just sculpt it. But I try to teach in a way, well, oh my gosh, I don't want to use that word. I'm not a teacher. The way I learn, I build with shapes and methods, techniques. I invent them as I go. That way I do the same thing. Anytime I need to do this, I'll do the same thing and I can get the same results. This way I can mass produce it or make multiple mouths. Like what if I needed to make a 3-headed dragon and all of them had their mouths open? This would be a really good method of doing that so that everything looks similar instead of just starting from scratch and trying to figure it out how to make things look the same. Consistency, symmetry, things like that might matter. So if you see what I'm doing, I'm just kind of cutting these off for now. And that's working. See how that looks right there? It still looks like you're like, whoa, trust me, watch. I already see it in my head. You will see it here in a minute. I'm cutting basically about to the gum line, and that whole pounds per square inch thing is still kind of a factor. So just use the tip. Try not to push too much because the gum line is right there. This thing. It's actually looking kind of cool. This is a little bit unique compared to the way I normally do it. And that's partly me exploring strange new worlds, new civilization. No. It's getting late. Sorry. I'm trying to stay focused. Alright, so look at this. Right? Those are ridges to a mouth. To the top of the mouth. So when he opens up, rah, you can see like stuff going. Oh wait, rah, see, I'll give you a little look. See, but it's rough. So let's play with that. Just focused it. Now we're zoomed in a little bit. So now I take a tool, like this is a good tool right here. It's got like it's a little fingernail or whatever. It's flat on that end, which I never use unless I'm digging. But this is kind of curved, concave, convex or whatever. So I'll just start right here, and we want to leave this sharp middle one alone. Try to avoid messing with it. But the one next to it, watch what I do. I'll try to hold this where you can see. It's basically a 90-degree cut. So if I just compress this like this, I'm taking that roughness off of there, the end, like right here. I'm still in the shot. I'm making sure y'all can see. And I can see. I pretty much have to see. We can call these things guides too, because certain parts of it I'm not wanting to touch, like that small one, and so now I can change my angle. I'm going more in this way to where I can go digging. If I needed to, I could go deeper right here and just do one of these numbers like that. See how that did? I just tooled this big one right here, or this first one. And the lines that are in between it, that comes away when you wash it with the, and I'll actually do that. I'll put the softener in here and I'll fully work this bottom jaw before I get off of here tonight. Honestly, I feel like I can keep going until tomorrow, which it already is. It's after, oh, it's 1 in the morning. I'm so happy though. I don't want it to end. I'm going to do the same thing with this one. I'm altering the end. I'm taking that 90-degree cut away. I don't want it to be like a 90-degree. I want it to kind of roll. And this is where the sculpting aspect comes. You can have systems and methods all day long, but at some point you're going to have to start working with tools and figuring the sculpting part. And I'm mainly talking to myself. It's something I'm still learning. I definitely try to be on everybody else's level. I'm on level 1 with sculpting. There's so many people out there that are so much better, in my opinion. So now these two are told, don't mind the bumps and roughness of that. You can see where I'm basically hammering it. It's got not pits, but dents everywhere. Don't worry about that. It comes out with the softening. So over here, you just kind of want to, as you take that 90-degree off and go away from there, it also is mating it, it's pushing it in there and getting it settled where it needs to be. See, like right there. Stay away from the gum line, obviously. And then, this tool has a very narrow surface right here, and it's causing those dents. I just remembered I was using this tool earlier. You know what would be perfect for this? Where are you at? Show yourself. This nice little angled spatula thing I was using earlier for the toes. Right here. Let's use this instead because I can take it like this. Just double checking if I'm in focus. I can take it like, and no green stuff is on there. Wipe it. Okay. I can roll it like this. And now I don't have that hammered look. And it actually is making it shine. When you compress the clay, it'll shine. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at that. See how cleaner this looks compared to that, the hammering? Man, I don't know. This is only 1080p. I can film in 4K, but my computer sounds like it wants to take off. I need to update it. One day, way down the road in the future. Wow. This is the best gum thing that I've done so far. And I'll do this one too. I'm just redoing these. I'm kind of just touching it with this and taking that hammering out and reshaping it. This is an excellent tool to reach the areas and stuff. So right here where they come together, I can maintain that if I want to. Make sure they're separated. And they could be flattened out. You can press down on these thicker areas if you need to. Like right here, I still have this angle going on right here where it's been severed, but this looks more natural, this first one. So watch this. I'll do more right here. Right here. Start right here. And then roll it. A more natural, organic flow. Turn it around. Figuring out which way to hit it with this tool is always a challenge, or it can be. I tell you what's a challenge, making sure y'all can see it. It ain't as easy as you think sometimes, trying to get a camera angle. This little piece, I'll bring it down because we got our gum line right here, and I'll call this, see there's a gap, see that big hole right here? You can see that. Oh, this one hasn't been tooled. That's why. It's a hard cut. I just cut hellets. Oops, I said. You can actually cuss on YouTube. In fact, there was this stage when there was this issue with some kind of organization was trying to sue everybody that was because people were letting their kids watch YouTube and they felt like their advertisements were being sold to children, and to make YouTube feel more adult, they got on there. I remember in the studio, they were like, you can cuss, it's okay. They just wanted to seem it's for adults and stuff. There's YouTube for kids and all. It's not like I'm gonna lose my channel because I said hell or damn or something. That's actually the first time I ever spoke those on this channel. I'm just feeling so natural right now and not awkward. I guess my true self is coming out. Oh no. Hopefully you can see that. Stay focused. I'm talking to myself. Do you see how this looks like some kind of interesting mouth stuff going on? And you know how hard? Listen. Do you know how hard it would be to sculpt this from scratch? It can be done. It's totally awesome to build with shapes. It is. This little guy right here is too long. So I just go like this. Try to work it off. Good enough. And then turn this around. I can push it back down there. Get it to go on there somewhat. And same with these, they could be tooled on a little bit. They don't have to be that sharp visually, so to speak. Maybe this one too. I'm gonna put another little piece right here because it just doesn't seem right. For now, how about I just squish this down to get it to fit in there? Because there's a hole here. We actually don't want a hole because it'll look like there's a hole in something that you just was sculpting. Remember, we actually don't want it to look like a sculpture. We want it to look like a dinosaur, like the real thing. That's the ultimate goal, I think, when sculpting. It's a dotting tool. I'm using the smallest one. I'm going to push that clay down in there to where now there's no hole there. It can also get filled in a little bit with the slurry that you'll see here in a minute. Get my nice tool back. Double check on Kayleen, you're live and I'm 4 hours late. Hi, how are you? How is the dyno? The dyno is going good. Look at that leg. I did some detail. Oh my gosh, I guess. What have I done? And I done some thing on the back. I added profile to it. You'll see that in the stream. I'm giving you plenty to do if you ain't got nothing to do. As I know it's been here. I'm having a really good night. We've got more people watching than last time. I streamed for 3 hours and had 4 hours of watch time from a 3 hour stream. That's technically speaking, that's kind of bad. I had 1 to 3 people the entire night, and it's okay, you know. People could watch this after the fact, so it's not that big of an issue. But I'm trying to catch up on watch time too, so I'm at risk of getting set back on the partner program again. Not tonight. I seen 8 people at one time. My wife was hanging out too for the first part of it. She was just hanging out with me. But it's kind of buggy. I don't think it's reporting correctly. Like it may be more than 2 people right now. And also, and if you look, oh, thank you. We got a new member for the channel. The channel is growing a little bit. I'm just, not only am I having a great night, I feel great getting on here. I feel good sculpting in general. This is my chance to be a part of the world around me when I'm so out of place all the time. So I feel good getting on here and sculpting regardless. But we got a new member and it's right on time for me. It's encouraging. It's just wonderful. And awkward. I appreciate the new member. Yeah. And I'm doing this gum stuff on here. I've done this before, but I'm actually doing this in a little bit of a different way. And I'm almost mesmerized how nice this is looking. I'm using this tool. I've been using this tool quite a bit tonight. I did it for the toenails. And it's just going really well. I'm fixing to stick some teeth in this too. I think everybody's waiting for the teeth. Teeth. But right now I'm just tooling these on. I put TLS in all the clay. I softened it with that, instead of using the actual softener, which just dilutes it, basically. The TLS enriches it, adds some stickiness to it, and the universe is really going good for me right now. Just look how that looks. I mean, I'm using simple shape. Look at that. It's ridges. They're rather big. I know they could be smaller and whatever. But you can. Who's to say you can't come back and texture put a line in between this. You know what I mean? Start texturing this. But you got the basics to a very neat looking roof to a mouth. That kind of reminds me of a cat or a dog. If you ever look in their mouth, they have these ridges up there. I hope they do, because I keep saying that. I'm going to have to look at my dog's mouth tomorrow. I'll be like, let me see your mouth, Willis, because I was talking about stuff like this, and I need to... No, I think, especially cats, they have these ridges up at the top of their mouth. And I'm literally making a mouth right now, so I have to go buy something. It was very deep. See how deep this is? So I backfilled it. But that pretty much catches you up. I've been talking all night. Not about stuff too crazy. I'm kind of keeping it under control. I haven't talked about black holes or gravity or atoms or anything like that. I put one fellow to sleep and they had to go. Yeah, they've been saying it was probably just glitchy because at one point it said 0, like nobody was watching, and one person commented like, "It's obviously incorrect because I'm here watching." I'm like, "Cool, things were letting me know," because it could be discouraging for me. You know, I I'm counting on this. It's my only hope. I cannot go out there. Every time I try to go out there and do something that's, on my own, or I just fail. I'm a really good worker too. I'm so good with my hands. You probably can't tell me with me doing this, but like assembly line work or like just doing something repetitive, I can wind up being the fastest on the table every time. Which is odd because usually they'll take me off of that and put me on something weird like a saw, which is boring to me. I'll wind up falling asleep while cutting aluminum pieces or something. You should want to do what you're doing and like it. So for a company to be like, hey, we notice you're doing this faster than anybody ever in history. Let's take you off of that and put you on a saw. It's like weird. It's like, okay. It's like something I experienced a long time ago. I said I wanted to put something in the front right here. I'll just put one more piece. You get to see Kayleen like how I did this. This hangs over and I take a tool and I cut it. This is so I'm kind of like blown away by this, really. I mean, will it look dumb when I get it all together? I don't know, probably, I don't know. Right now, it's looking kind of cool and I'm digging it. How about that? Now for this one, since it's the end of it, I'm going to take my curvy thing and I'm just going to bring it to the rest. Get rid of that dark line, that that void right there. You should be able to see. Yeah, you can see that's a good angle. Good angle. I'm getting plenty of watch time tonight. Once I end the stream, it'll tell me. It's an immediate count. Cause see, like if somebody was sitting here the whole time, literally the whole session, I'm getting 4 hours from that single person. I can easily get enough watch time for the entire year just for several streams. If I had like, quite a few people watching, and then I wouldn't have to do streams all the time. But I like it. Zero editing right now. Okay, look at this. It took a while to do this, and like I said, these are very large pieces. But like I was saying, who's to say I can't come back with a tool and do a line like this and just put, can you see that? So we'll do that. We'll say that these are too big. They're too big, Tom. Do something about it. All right. I'll just texture a line and go like this and it can just fade and stop. Maybe go a little deeper right here. The harshness of these lines will dissolve when I use the softener. And it's also adding more interest. You are probably feeling, oh no, I liked it the way it was, but then slowly as you see me doing it, you're probably thinking, nah, it's alright. Because if you were, that's what I'm feeling too. At first I'm like, man, I should have left it alone. But as I do it No, it looks pretty good. Go down and just kind of stop. It's basically creating more of a different thing going on. These don't need to be so large. Or do they? Really, it's discretion. It's the discretion of whoever's sculpting whatever they want. That's the beauty of art, is the person can do, who's creating can do whatever they want. Some say that they're expressing themselves, or just exploring their own creativity. However you look at it, it's correct. Both ways are correct. We'll even do one in here. Just texturing, some texturing going on in there. Maybe this one can be a little deeper, and I will alter the edges to speed up the softener, the job of the softener. Okay, so I am not doing any more with the gums. This is not the gums. This is the roof of the mouth, and like I said, I'll soften this a little bit. Let's do that now. I'll soften it now. I hope I got a unused. Oh no, I don't really have an unused. I need to buy a new pack of paintbrushes. But this is kind of, it's got something on here where it's almost sticky or whatever. I'm just going to cut these. Off. A bit weird doing that. But now they're all free. Really, I kind of needed it to be rounded anyways. Let's just see what I can do. I also got a little, I just need it to be a new brush, because if I use something that's been used before, prior, it'll discolor it. That's a finished product. This is awfully small. Let's just see. This is awfully big. Give me one quick moment. Let me see. I'll pick up some more brushes. I like these nylon brushes. I definitely don't like hair, horsehair and stuff. It just comes off into the work. Look what I did. I reshaped it. Hey, I get at least a E for effort. Okay, so I'm gonna take the softener, put a little bit somewhere else. Don't necessarily dump it onto this. And I basically just filled up the brush. Done changed colors. It's my favorite time. Okay, I gotta check out what y'all. What's my favorite dinosaur? Probably something that won't eat me. You know, I haven't gave that much thought. Probably the alligator. Or a turtle. Those are freaking from that era. Okay, I got let's see. You asked me a legit question. I should let me think. Let me think as I soften this and I run this around. Y'all can watch this as well. Let's take a moment of thought to find out what my favorite dinosaur is. I'm running this in circles and kind of pressing down on it, which is pushing clay. It's pushing clay, it's adding texture by stabbing it. Like that could be a look. That can make it look really realistic. The stabs. You may not see this on camera with this particular setup because it's a stream. But if that's the look you're going for, then it could look really, really good. But I'm not necessarily trying to go for that look. I'm pushing it down everywhere. It's helping even everything out a little bit. Also, the softener is softening the clay, right? Since I started doing this stabby thing, I'm just going to kind of run it around like this. And that's yellow from this brush. I don't know why they insist on painting brushes some color. Why not leave it wood? I realize it makes it protects it and all that. But chemicals can dissolve that yellow. It gets off into your artwork and stuff. It flakes off and stuff. I don't know. It wouldn't bother me if it was just all wood. I'm thinking about this question you just asked me. What is my favorite dinosaur? It's just such a simple question. Just answer. It depends. I kind of like several of them. Like if I'm thinking about something just ferocious, like the baddest of them all, like the T-Rex, is pretty cool. But does it have to be? If it doesn't have to be aggressive, if I'm thinking about what the non-aggressive side to me, probably the big giant. This thing, the Brachiosaurus or Brontosaurus, is pretty cool. Um, they're all kind of very really cool. They kind of resemble birds and run in flocks and stuff. Like the kind that's got the collar around its neck, the umbrella or whatever that it spit in that guy's eyes in Jurassic Park. They're just really cool. Raptors. Oh, you know what? That's a really cool one. I don't know if they're really smart like that. They put in a lot of guesswork. They're using creativity and imagination and all. You can't look at bones and understand an animal's intelligence. Not. I mean, to a certain extent, you can, I suppose. But they're using a lot of creativity to pipe in a lot of the missing info. They're filling it in for us. Until we have a raptor, um, hanging out with us, we won't really truly know how they behave and stuff. So all this stabbing, jabbing it, this is actually quite. Look, it's firm. Oh, I'm sorry. I should center this up. I can feel it. It's pretty firm. So it actually is a instrument, a sculpting instrument, and I'm just working it around everywhere, trying to be even with things, and it's softening up. It's evening out everything. I'm losing these lines, these holes in between where they come together. Those are slowly disappearing everywhere. I don't want, like, there's a hole right here, a dark, you see that right there. It's a shadow, actual a hole. So I just keep going right here really good and rotate the head of this, and it will close up eventually, which it just did. the more you do this, the more you'll lose the detail or whatever it is you just did. So it's something to consider. And then once I get that nice, that actually looks pretty good. As far as the holes, there's no holes in between, like actual literal gaps, because you can only achieve so much with the slurry. But as far as the slurry, so you go like this, or you can go maybe like this. You just keep working this, and what happens is the softener is breaking up. I'm just checking out the comments. Making a book involving dinosaurs. Oh wow, that's cool. Yes, smoothing. Yeah, it is. If I decide to just leave it like that, leave it. It's like a rough surface. That could be a bona fide. Absolutely, that could be a texture right here. Uh, but I wouldn't say I'm texturing it and smoothing it. I'm moving it and smoothing it. I'm pushing the clay down in there and slowly losing some of this high stuff as I go. It's a balance of how much, what you're trying to look, what do you want it to look like. I've already did enough of that. So after that, I can smooth it and take that jabby stuff away, which you want these to be kind of smooth. It's gums. And then when you go like this, it it just creates a slurry. You just keep adding the softener, and it starts loosening. It dissolve. What it's doing, it's melting it. It's dissolving it, and the clay will start filling in the lower areas. And I think it looks good if you kind of follow whatever it is. You see that? That's a slurry. Look, it's all over the brush. It's softener and it's a slurry, which you can use to fill in. Look at the gaps where they come together. They are absolutely organic now, where it looks what's the word I want to say, believable. It's shallow right here where it needed to be tooled to the roof more. So maybe I can get away with just stabbing it with this. Oops. I keep wanting to turn it. The camera's right here. My bad. I kinda. So go like this, and then like this, back and forth. And look at that. Look at this right here. You see that slurry? It's a bead that was left on there. Right there. That's the stuff. That's the stuff. That's the magic stuff. And then it's filling in those gaps. Just takes a while for it to get to showing up. And if you let this sit for a while, the clay will actually absorb a lot of that moisture, and then you can do some more softening or maybe fixing some of the stuff. But basically now it's almost as if you're painting. Now you just don't want globs of paint everywhere, so you move it in this manner right here, then come back over here and start from here and go like this. It left a slurry right there, but that could be considered a texture or more of the. We're losing this line that I put in there. It's becoming less prominent, which I knew it would. But just keep going like this. I got quite a bit of softener in there doing stuff. I got some I want to take me a piece of clay. Do you see right here? It looks shallow and dark, where it's just missing. Get off of there. Go to your new home. There you go. I can stick this down in here. It's definitely gonna stick. It's all soft up in there. Look what that did. You, whoever is making this, or if you're doing it, you may not need this level of intricacy or accuracy inside it and all. It could be that I'm putting way too much effort into this, but for the sake of just showing people what I'm doing, and I'm doing a lot of discovery myself. Like, see, now this looks better right here, but right here it looks a little same issue right here on this. So I'll go grab another little piece and then put it right there so easily. Maybe. Okay, maybe you just figure out different things, like maybe a stylus tool will get that to press. There we go. Now I don't know how much you can take and wipe off on something, some of that slurry and softener to slow it down, like okay, we did enough of that, it's soft enough, and maybe this looks good. That looks a little better. Those areas I just added doesn't look like there's a hole or whatever. And I got some really, really neat looking it's just something unique. They're still rather large. It looks a little weird, but we're gonna go with it because I invested a lot of time into that. So let's set this right here, and let's do some teeth. 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 I have plenty of teeth made up. Kaylene, if you remember the other stream, you pretty much hang out on all of these. I appreciate you tremendously for that. Here's the old, remember this thing? See how square those look? It's just, it too much, it screams too much, hey, you use square pieces to do this, which is how I do. These are all equal amounts. I was able to do uniform pieces, but I just left them square. And if you look at the actual drawing, wherever you went, the dinosaur image, I'm not going to sip any more of that coffee. It's been sitting for 4 hours. So have I. They don't look square like this. They have they're softened up. So I took each of these squares, and to do this, I just went like this. Rolling it around in my finger a little bit takes off those corners for starters, and then squeeze it once. So now it's a square still, but it has soft edges, and it just looks so much better. Now I don't want to put that raw one in there and get it confused, but I have some tweezers here, and I can choose. This one's rectangle, very rectangly. This one's round. This one's rectangly, somewhat lemon head, rectangle, square, very square. So I could use a combination of all these or not worry about it. But I just grab one with my high precision regular tweezers. I'll get me a tweezer set one day. And I'll do this the same way I did before. First I'll find the center. I'll make a mark for a center. So, am I zoomed in too much, guys? Just checking y'all guys out. Seems like everybody's happy. I'll make a little mark. This'll let me know where the center is, pretty much. And look at the nostrils too, because that kind of defines it as well. So we'll go with that. It's okay. And if it's off center or whatever, it's called character. That's a nice way of saying I messed up, but we're okay with it. It's character. So now that I found that center, I'll put a tooth on either side of that, because that's how it starts. If you look, see, I found the center, and I put a tooth on either side. And these are nice and big. I planned on, I wanted them to be somewhat a good size. That way, come on now. That way I can bury them. Once I get it on here, here we go. I'm holding it like that. I got the majority of it sticking out. Alright. Squeezing that, they're cooked. I baked these teeth, so they're already hard. And the center's right there. So it has a little bit of a gap. We are going to, I'm going to hold it like this, where I can see. And we'll just take a moment of faith and just stick it in there. Push down into that gum. Just like that. And I can adjust it a certain way. Whatever. If it bulges out, push it back in. I can run the slurry around it to fill it in with that. That'll work really well. Let's grab another one. I'm going to go with, I guess I'm going to eventually use, I'll probably use, I need 20. And I need them to stay in this thing. Put another one right here. Basically trying to hit the center of that gum and push straight down. The better I do that, the better it'll work. See, look at that. That looks dynamite compared to, look at this. Look at that. Versus that. I'm just beside myself. I totally love what I do. And such a great night. So, and then from here, I'll just work my way around, keeping somewhat the same kind of gap, I suppose, or it does, as long as I'm uniform, I do the same on both sides. Straight down, and then leave it. Look at that. Huh. This is so freaking cool. I feel like I somehow found this secret ability, or it's like a superpower, sculpting, and I'm just running around like causing a ruckus with it. Straight down, leave it. Wow. Another tooth. Grab it. Now, I noticed this side has my fingerprint on it. You may not be able to see that. This side also has my fingerprint on it, so never mind. It's just I smashed, the last little thing I did was I would smash it down on this tile, so this is less, this side has less fingerprint, so I'll use this side for the outside, if that makes sense. And then find the center of that gum line, straight down, and leave it. There's a slight black, I don't know if you can see that right there. Right there, it looks like it's come off a little bit. That's okay. I'm going to do the paintbrush around it. Or not. You can see it like right here too. That slurry will help fill that in. Or I can even push it in with the brush. We'll see. Well, just let me get there. Let me get there. Oh, goodness. I broke it. Kidding. I'm kidding. I should be more careful, though. I'll drop it on its teeth, you know what I mean? You have to go get dentures. Look at the variedness of that. It's oh so good. I think I'll stop right there. I think that's what I did over here. I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and when that makes 10. So I will do the other side. This is the best mouthpiece I have ever made. And you know, I say that almost every time I make something. I'm like, this is the best thing I've ever. And it's true. It's just, you kind of get better at what you're doing. It's called getting experience or whatever. I think I'm ready for a late night bowl of cereal. My belly's going. Stick it and leave it. I am so happy with how this is turning out. And I'm only building the top one. I'll do the same thing with the bottom. It would be, obviously, hardly any needs to be filled. Just one sheet, like I did the starter. And then tiny little ridges. And then a gum line. And then, boom, stick that in there. And then it'll be two pieces that can be smashed over this thing. And hopefully it stays all in place while it goes in the oven. Which we'll do all that together. Straight down. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Pick one. Coolness. Just checking y'all out. I'm not trying to ignore everybody. I'm just. I get super into this. One, two, three. One. Wait, one. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, just like one right here, and then we're done. I don't think it needs another tooth because it's the back of the mouth. Here. My camera's upside down, so I got it flipped in OBS. My gosh, my belly is really, really. Alright, focus is in. Look at this thing. Look at the teeth, how by rolling the little square pieces in my hand and my fingers, so to speak. There we are, that's focus. It just makes them more natural. And then that inside, we've got creativity going on there, and that looks like complex sculpting and all. It'd be so hard to sculpt all that. Now, I used pieces, and you can still tell that the pieces I used. So I didn't break free from the whole use shapes to build and then make it look like it's not shapes. I smashed them down and I slurried it in, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. I just like how it looks, and it's so freaking good. So like if we pretended like this one's the bottom, Which one do you like better? Not this one. I'm going to be psychic and read your mind. There's no way. This one's so, oh my gosh, it's so good. And you can use this style, this technique, the shell, to make any kind of animal. You would just shape its cranium, his whole snout. Like if it's alligator, it would be, I'll show you real quick with a piece of clay. I'll use the green. Say I'm going to make a alligator. Oops. I need to be careful with this. With that. Just a closing thought. So we know a gator has a snout like this, right? Something like this. And it has like a head, like a cranium, where its brain and stuff and its eyes will be. It can be generalized. It don't have to be very detailed. And you're only just trying to get some of the bulk going on, and the rest could be in detail that you add with clay. But this is going to first create that negative area. The void will be it'll be a shell. So if this is, pretend this is how I want, and it's foil first, by the way, which you could wrap clay and then dig the clay out after you're done with the epoxy sculpt. It'll get hard around it. But this would be perforated. So if this was an alligator, I don't know, you probably would want, I know I'm being kind of off topic. It has more of a, where am I at with focus? Right here, I guess. Something like this, and then we got, I don't know, I have to look at a picture of an alligator. We'll just say that this is the animal. Maybe it's a bird or something. You would perforate this, like right here. Pretend it's covered in epoxy sculpt. Perforate it here. Bring it around like this. And in the back, so you don't forget and it's not something you have to do later. Depending on whatever way you figure out how to attach it, you want to perforate it like this too. Make a little oval. It seems to be something I need to do. So when this cures, you'll be able to cut it here and all the way around, and you'll have two pieces that can open up, right? So if this is an alligator, you open it up and you do the inside, you do this stuff inside the mouth, and you can put little sharp teeth all around it, and it can be open. It ain't just locked into this. This is not how you have to, this doesn't have to be the only way you make things. We can open the mouths of our creatures and have that freedom. Or if you want to be abstract or whatever, what if we did, what if we curved it? Like this could be a bill to a bird now. Which wouldn't have teeth at all, but still, you could have like, whatever they have in there, a tongue, most likely. So, tonight, I sculpted and documented a full leg. I added this up here. Now, I didn't tool this on, the top part, but it basically just working these lines together and maybe backfilling a little bit on the sides. I just wanted to change the dimensions a little bit, because if you look at it from the side, it's now a little more humped up. Just gets a little more interest, and it's following that image. It just looks like he's kind of humped up from how I'm looking at the image. But we got legs. This was already covered. Oh, we put kneecaps on there first, and then we just kind of did some texturing on the legs, which it looks rough, but like I said, this is a softener. It has slurry in it, but it's a semi-translucent. I'm not going to put that on there. You can see this stuff on there. Look. That's that sculpting compound that just came off of there. So this has to be cleaned very well. I tend to try to use a new brush for colored clay that's very specific. Use a new brush, and then that later on can be used for something that doesn't matter if I'm going to paint it later. But this, I think this is the prize of the night. And speaking of slurry, these teeth, like I had mentioned, oh, it instantly is disappearing. Those lines on the side of the teeth, they're gone. There's none there. On the outside, I think there was a little. I think I'm gonna blow up or something. My belly is making all kinds of noises. Like dinosaur noises. I'm staying in character. Like there's a pretty good gap right here, all along the side. I'll go back and get that slurry material on the desk table. Typically you don't want to get it on the teeth. That would be better. And it can be going like this too. You can press it. Right here in the front there's a little bit of a gap. This is going to look really, really good. I can't wait till we start putting this thing together. But for the sake of it not being a million hours of filming, I now have homework I gotta do. I'll catch the other 3 legs up to this leg, to where it looks somewhat similar. I got toenails on there and stuff. I'll build the other side of this, but it's going to be identical to what you already seen. So technically speaking, you're not really missing anything. And then when we come back, it'll look fairly textured. There won't be any texture on the body because I'm not going to do something I haven't done yet. Do a little texturing on the body, and we'll add some clay here in some way. Like even if it's slicing this and putting it on there to where it's inside that wire, and then I just smash the top and bottom down onto it, it should all stay together. I'm kind of hoping. Of course, this is going to need to be more clay than this. I might just make it a little bit bigger in the back and have it just go on down to where I'm literally just pinching this tongue. Pretend that's inside that wire, like I cut it in half. Is it going to stay there? I take this is the top. We pretend this is the bottom. And I would smash it all together. Maybe tape it. It's going to be tricky. I may want to bake this first. I don't know, because it depends on what this can smash too around that. However, if I have a nice good fat tongue on there and this is all baked, the tongue itself will smash and it'll all bind together and this won't get damaged. So I have to decide on if I want to bake this really quick, maybe partially bake it just to make sure it's set. All those nice teethers are in there. Nothing's coming out of that, I promise you. It's well in there. This is epoxy sculpt shell, so it's not going to change or warp. It doesn't flex like this is. I don't know why I decided to use the flexible stuff to build the shell, and why I didn't use TLS to help it bond to the skin coating I put on later. See how it's coming apart? You see how this clay is rubber and flexible. It's pretty cool. But I didn't use the TLS to put the new piece. Oh, and look, a tooth just came off. Where oh, another one too. I just pushed them on there. I didn't sink them down in it. These are embedded and they've been pre-baked. These were raw. I'm just so much better. I'll be confident in this if I ever want to. Maybe I could sell it. Look how pretty the teeth are. It's just, oh my gosh, it's my best denture yet. But we are at 5 hours. Oh my gosh. I'm going to go ahead and call this a night, guys. And I think we did pretty awesome. with this. It seems like so very little, but I mean, sculpting actually you put time into it, and also it's realistic. You know what I mean? It doesn't just happen. We're not using a 3D printer here. We're doing it for ourselves, and I'm trying to show how I do it on camera. I got clay all over me, paintbrush bristles, all kinds of stuff. I'm ready to go wash my hands and have a late night bowl of cereal, or early morning, I guess. Hello, Rottweiler. Or sorry, I can't read very well. I guess that's Rottweiler. It looks like a Rottweiler. Thank you for stopping by. And once again, thanks again, Chris. I don't know if you're still here with us. Thanks for becoming part of the family. We now have 7 strong. I so needed that. It's right on time. I really appreciate that. Maybe in a couple more months I'll push for number 8, and we'll just keep going from there. And before long, that it'll get large, and I can fund different, more dynamic art. I can make sculptures, like steel sculptures, or maybe a giant paper mache thing to go in the yard. I would love to. I would never waste money and blow up trucks and do any of this weird, crazy stuff that some of these people do that become successful. I try not to be wasteful with money and material and stuff, you know. That'll always stay true with me. But I thank everybody for hanging out with me. This is my longest stream in history, and probably one of the best ones. I totally love this, and I thank you for anybody that stopped by or hung out with me. You're awesome. Look for me on the next time. You know, I know it's random. I will eventually find a pattern or a schedule that I can adhere to and everybody can expect. That'll work a lot better. But in the meantime, thanks for being patient with me and working with me. And Grumpy Alien says hello. He's always been hanging out. I don't know if you noticed. The creepy little alien. It's like, I'm going away now. So I see you guys on the later in the next stream. Thank you for being a part of this, and you guys are all awesome. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream now. Everybody have a lovely night, morning, or whatever it is, wherever you're from. Until next time, I'll see you here again soon. Thank you for being here.